He's beginning to stream. He's beginning to stream on the YouTube Deem Deem. He's beginning to stream on the YouTube thingy. He's beginning to stream. To stream. To stream. Nothing special, pretty much the same old game where you're an alien who runs out of fuel, lands on Earth, starts streaming a retro racing game on a fictional version of Twitch so he can buy the entire planet's oil supply to power his ship. Dude, that's trite, and it's been done, and I strongly urge you to think of something original. Because when I played Alien Lands on Earth plays Wipeout XL on Twitch to buy Earth's oil supply, it feels like that's exactly the same game. So you might want to kind of stretch out and see if you can come up with something slightly more original than that. No, that's great. I personally love when I have to describe a book or a movie, and the more I describe it, the crazier you're like, wait, what? Like, I have to watch this. I think that's good. So here's my question, though. Because games are so solidified in the mechanics and stuff, right? How does it play? Like, what does it play like in terms of, like, are you moving the character? Are you are you clicking on things? Like, what's going on there? It's an incremental. Oh, okay. That's the way to go with an incremental, is to have like a unique thing about it instead of just being like, it's a pizzeria. It's a pizzeria. You're operating a pizzeria, and it's like, oh, okay. Do you remember was it called Mafia? The early like internet game? Mafia early Mafia Wars, was that it? Early browser internet game. Was it called Drug Wars? God, it was like Dope Wars. That might have been it. Drug Wars apparently came out in 85 or 84. So maybe Dope Wars was based off of that. Yeah, it was heavily influenced by Drug Wars. Incredibly popular in the 90s and 2000s. Yeah, Dope Wars. See, this is Dope Wars an incremental? You could turn Dope Wars into an incremental. I wanted to make a website, even though I didn't smoke pot. I wanted to make a website in the early 2000s called The Price of Pot. And it would just be like, you could anonymously go to the website and be like, I live in this area and I paid this much for like a whatever amount. And just to have like, what's going on with the price of pot? Is it going up, down? Like, what's happening with it? Because it's like kind of at least at the time especially, it was like an unknown, like it was like a, anyways. I think that would have been interesting to see during legalization and stuff too. Because I think you would actually see the price go up, not down. This game has scope creep pretty hard, but I think it's one of those situations where the scope creep was good as it fleshed out the game. Yeah. My problem is, so I have whatever isn't scope creep, but depth creep. Like that you didn't realize how deep the rabbit hole went creep. Like, I know what the game is that I want to make, but it's like, oh my God, I didn't realize as I was getting into this, like how crazy this problem space is. And that's different than scope creep. And I'm going to get really pedantic about it going forward when somebody's like, oh, that's scope creep. And it's like, no, it ain't. This is the game I wanted to make. Like, there's no scope creep happening here. Taint scope creep. All right, so we have our chainsaw Ned. So we're going to put the chainsaw over at Mia. Let's put the chainsaw in front of us. And I guess technically... You're too slow, still refining. Don't worry, dude. You got time. You got time, Broseph. Don't worry about it. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. How you doing, Jacob? We were talking about Growling's game idea. Like, for example, originally the game was only supposed to be about an alien making money on a fake version of Twitch. But it bothered me because I didn't know why he was doing it. Like, what the fuck is the point of making $1 trillion when you're not going to use it? And then I came up with the whole buy the entire planet's oil idea. And let me explain it. Gotcha. So technically, conversely, as supply and demand takes effect, in the real world, the price of oil would always increase, which would work to stretch out the game, I suppose. Okay, so now we have a chainsaw in front of us, but we really want it locked to our camera. So we're going to put it inside our camera. Where did it go? Now it's way far away in our camera. Yeah, that's part of the idea, supply and demand stuff. Nice. Medusa. Let me do a shout out to Medusa. Medusa now streaming. Medusa already has 1/3 of the followers I have. So soon I expect to barely hear from Medusa as success follows him into the horizon he will ride. Goodbye, Medusa. It was nice talking to you, Dustin. Have a good one. My followers came from old Twitch plays. Oh, it doesn't count. Well, then it's the same for me. You could drop about 300 followers off of my Twitch account, too. Same deal, dude. Okay, so now we just have a chainsaw in front of us. And I think we're going to have to cheat a bit about where the chainsaw actually is. And I think we're going to need to do some stuff to make this work. But okay, so now here's our chainsaw. Now, Doomish, you kind of want to see the blade. That's how you want to see it for like Doom, right? For Doomish kind of look. I'll never forget y'all. Please don't forget us, Dustin. Oh man. I'm glad you're, dude. It's nice to put a face and a voice to the name. For some reason, I was expecting it to be like, my name is I'm trying to do like an Eastern European accent. I don't know why I had that impression. French. I know it was coming out French. Well, insultingly French, right? Not really French, but in American doing a bad French accent French. That's what I was pulling off right there. Okay, so we just got wood chips going around. Rain. Okay. Wood chips in front of us. So this is where we're talking about, I think as we get close to something, I think what we could do is the chainsaw could actually just naturally rotate to the thing. Okay. So we have two chainsaws now. Cutting down the tree. Okay, now we've got the tree. The stump is lower. And our tree stump is terribly bad right now. Our frame rate is just awful. And now suddenly it's okay again. That's good dough. Wiggly tree. Uh-oh. What did I do? She's shaking. She's nervous. She's quivering. Oh. Everything okay? Okay, so got our chainsaw in front of us. And we come up to something we can cut. It can detect that we can cut said thing. You press a button. What is a good icon to indicate cutting? I'm gonna scoot back here. Let's try and get this let's try and get this cut. Let's cut this one down. Okay. And it's still not wanting to fall over. Fall over! Should be heavier on the one side now. It's starting to lean that way. Look at that. It's definitely leaning, right? I'm not crazy, am I? Feels like it's leaning. Oops. Seems like it's leaning. It's definitely leaning. Okay. Dude, I didn't realize Fiera was subbing to me yesterday. I was to the website for my sister-in-law, and suddenly the browsers are saying the SSL cert isn't valid. But it works on mobile, and I've tried everything. Yeah, the time. Kind of hoping some cache DNS thing. I don't know. Let's encrypt, yeah. Gotta have those breaches, bros. So we come up And we can cut something. We need an icon to be like, hey, you can cut that. So let's get that going. We'll go with that first. So game icons. There's this giant database. Cut. What do we have for cut? And it won't. I guess we could do this for now. Oh, I accidentally encrypted my cat. Was followed around with a meowing string of ASCII characters for like a day before I remember the password. I hate it when that happens, man. I encrypted my butt once and I couldn't poop for like a week. That was wild. Base 64, yeah, base 64 cat. Yeah, real pain in the ass, that is. Okay. I was expecting to encrypt your mom. Mm-hmm. Ah. I remember I can finally demonstrate what I meant one time months ago when I tried to describe something saying muy interesante in a deep anime voice. Muy interesante. Ho! Nani? Muy interesante. Oh! All right. Got our axe icon. Interact wrecked. Get wrecked. Interact wrecked. Coming soon. Get wrecked. Export. Exports group. Interact icons. Export var cuttable. Text. Texture 2D. His name is... Oh, BT Dubs, Dustin. Dustin, I got to throw this out to you in case you don't know about it for what you're working on. Okay? If you're willing to spend... This might be useful to you, might not. It's... you would need to spend $7.49. And this is K-Kid. He's got board game bits now. Now it's got all these little dudes here, and you're not going to care about any of this. But it's got right here these chess ones, and they have the felt on the bottom. How can I move me out of the way? Steve, can you move me? Thanks, Steve. So yeah, they have the felt on the bottom. And yeah. Now it's low poly, But maybe that's actually a good thing, right? So you want to do the at least pay $5 for all of it, so you get the chess piece stuff. But if you do $7.49, you'll get the models, the Blender files and stuff. Low poly is good. Good. Yeah. Combine with board game bits and other. Yeah. Okay. Your mom's game bits. Your mom's game bits. Cuttable? Is cuttable, we want to get rid of that T, right? Cuttable. Interaction icons. Quick load. And we're going to search for cut. What was it called? What was it called, bros? With a saw? Cuttable. Cuttable! Where is it? Not for release. UI. It is called Axlog. Cuttable. Oh, there we go. So now we have cuttable. Interesting. I'm only following. Yeah. I've recommended him like a billion times. Like a billion. Ooh. Recommended millions of times. Like a billion. I've recommended. Poop on mine. Funk. Set. Interact. Set interact. And this is going to be an array. VOD pass. And it's going to be an enum. Enumerator. Interactable. Interactables. And we're going to have cuttable. Cuttable. And grabbable. Grabbable. English. And this is going to be an array. Interactions. Now, we might have a problem here. Array of interactables. Okay. Boom Trout, how's it going? Boom Trout, we're working on our Doom controller here. So when we bring out the chainsaw, it's going to look like this. And I think this is what people are going to expect more. So we're going to have the chainsaw out. You walk around. And then as we get close enough to something that we can cut, the chainsaw will sort of change its behavior. And like if we're over here near the side of a tree, it'll detect that it's near that and it'll start to kind of angle itself and be like, oh, I can cut from this side or whatever. And then here, the same kind of thing. We'll see though. We shall see. Set interactions cuttable. Cuttable. Oh. Cuttable. So we're gonna go like this. Sorry, that's probably a little offensive. Grid map. Grid container. My bad. We're gonna do a grid container. Cuttable. And for now, we'll do 2 columns. Because I can only think of a maximum of 2 interactable things. And texture. Let's just see what happens when we axe. So if we axe, ooh, axe is too big. Your mom is too big. Ignore size, keep size. Good lord. Fit width. Scale. Stretch mode scale. Keep. How big is our resolution on this sumbitch? Is that even determinable? Determinable. So I think we're going to have to set a minimum. Custom minimum size. No. Size. We can't change the size. Oh, Lord. That doesn't help. Grid container. Why are you determining what is happening here? Layout. Minimum size. What is happening here? Why do you care? Why? I hate UI! Bless America! God bless America! Yeah! Jotson, how's it going? That's cool. It's more player expectation. It's like managing player expectation. Kind of like managing your mom. You know, it's a lot of work. Takes a lot of time. Takes a little too much time, frankly. I'm sorry. This is the part where you tell me your mom's dead, and I apologize. So, this node is a child of a container. Your mom is a child of a container. I don't understand. So, grid container just, like, isn't going to give me what I want. Tell me something good. Let's do VBox. Since I can't get it that way. Or HBox. HBox is a go. There we go. Delete. So it's a container too. So why am I expecting anything different to happen? Oh my God. Ignore size. And I can't set the transform. I can't set the transform. Do you have to do something stupid like put it in a button? Like a textured button? But I don't want it to be a button. Why can't I... Keep size. What signals do they have? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't have to use signals to adjust this. If we're in a world that makes sense. Stretch ratio. My God. So vulgar. Custom minimum size. If I said this ain't gonna do it nothing. Negative.
What the dog doing?
Dog's busy with your mom. Tom Millman. How you doing, man? I hope you're doing good. Jotson. Let me do a shout out to Jotson. Shout out to Jotson. Keeping it real. Working on the mailroom. Who is Pepe Sylvia? The mailroom has the answers. So, big ass icons. That's not what we want, right? We want a little icon in above the thing. Doing great. Enjoying Saturday morning. Loving the progress on the game. Loving you, Tom Millman. Tom and I had a Todrid affair on when he streamed. I do miss Tom Millman's streams were just the most pleasant streams. Tomorrow morning, I'll be working on 3D occlusion. Join in if that excites you. What are you occluding? What do you need to occlude? It's that wall, isn't it? Yeah, you gotta do weird stuff like that when you're making a horror game, right? Where you're like, oh, I gotta have this like I gotta have this thing. It's in 3D. I gotta have this thing happen. Turns out I need to occlude Omni lights because they apparently get rendered all the time. Yeah, yes, yeah. You throw a I got you. Yeah. You know, it'd be cool. I almost want to do this now. An add-on for Godot that basically is like, it just like kind of yells at you and is like, yo, your performance of the game has just shat the bed. Like in a way where it goes, look, your FPS, like if you'd have to have unlocked, FPS and stuff, but but it would just be like, look, your frames are like 30% less than they were when you last ran this. Something happened, and just kind of nudge you and be like, yo, dude. So that way you immediately connect a change to an effect on performance. Hey, how's it going? You going? You gonna wear those jams bottoms?
Yeah, but also we need I have to change for the dress rehearsal.
For dress rehearsal, you have to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta dress up for the rehearsal. Huh? Recital.
You can wear those to the barn.
We gotta get dolled up. We gotta get dolled up for Gemma.
See you late.
All right. I love you, sweetheart.
Jam.
Okay. Bye, handsome.
Bye.
Okay.
Come back, Papa.
I'm gonna do my best.
Oh,
Love you.
there's a chop.
Johnson's here. He's talking about the mailroom. Okay.
Yeah.
Love you, sweetie. All right. Years of trauma. Such specific trauma, too. The node is a child of a container. The book is on the table. I mean, one way I could do this that's stupid, and I hate it, is I put it in a stupid margin container. And then I squeeze the margins. And this is stupid. Right? Does this do anything? No, it don't. You gotta be kidding me. 128. God bless it. What do I do? Ah! I want to take this damn SVG and just have it be the size I want it to be. Is that the problem? Would this go easier if it wasn't an SVG? Would this be easier if it was like, okay, because we could do like this, right? I can do the scale. I can lower the scale, re-import. I mean, but that's not what I want. It's not what I want. But we'll take it. He's a man on a mission. And he's about to poop his pants. Will he make it in time? The poop holder. All right, so that's what we want. We want a bunch of icons to show up, just like your mom wants them. And doubtful, but glad to know there's an SVG support in there. your mom something SVG support. See, the problem with this is if I'm on a higher resolution thing, fuck. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to start having to do a bunch of reading. Like, but fuck. I have a goddamn SVG. I know you rasterize it on import, right? But I should still be able to scale the rasterization. I do think this has something to do with the SVG. Let's go back to, let's try it with the PNG. That's what I'm trying to do. Game icons. Your mom. Trying to do your mom. X. And this one. PNG. Code. Arborist. Assets. Not for release. UI. Game icons. Blah, 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 blah. I saved it. PNG. There it goes. Now let's replace it with the PNG. What happens when we do this? And what happens when we do layout or transform? Still can't change the size. Ignore size. Custom minimum. Now if we ignore size and we say custom, okay. Okay, let's try that on this one. Let's re-import as this. And then let's do ignore size and a custom minimum. Oh, hang on. We're figuring something out. We're figuring it out. Custom minimum. Expand on the width. Custom minimum. Custom minimum. See, this is on a pixel level. Can't do a ignore size, fit width. Now, why is it suddenly fit height? Why is it suddenly now fixated on 128? Why is that? SVG. Keep. So that doesn't do anything. Fit width. Tile. Scale. Custom minimum. Look at that. Fit width. 128. Fit width. What if I did 0 here with fit width? Interesting. So the height I could set. But see, we can't scale the minimum size. Now, what I could do is get this to scale. And it is. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I got it. I got it. I got it. We put a margin around the stupid grid container. I hate this stuff. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And now if we add some padding, say to the top and the bottom, nope, it's pushing it out. This isn't what we want. What if we do a bunch? Push! Gosh, darn it. Oh. ho ho ho. Oh ho ho. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Sure. Those cats were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. Scoop doob doob dooby doob doob. Oh ho ho. I hate this. Tree kind of guy, what you working on today? Just working on your mom. So stupid. Why is he so stupid? Oh, ho, ho, ho. In fact, it was a little bit frightening how much he worked your momning. Do. Oh. She's 6 foot deep every time. Every time. I made this joke for years, and then my mom passes away, and now every time I make it, everyone's mom is dead. Maybe I should stop. Like now, I'm somehow killing people's moms in the past, just by making the joke. It's like the whole "don't step on the crack" thing. I hate this. I hate this. This is why bros just stop using Godot UI. I'm gonna be honest. Did you know if you kill someone outside while camping, it's manslaughter, but if you do it inside, it's murder because you are in tent. I am not a fan of Godot UI. No, I'm not either. I just started making everything planes, yeah. Sometimes it clicks. Godot UI is like a lie. Every time you think you understand it, you find out you don't. It's like physics. It's like, oh, I get it. And then you're like, oh yeah, well now you don't again. Here's this other thing that doesn't make any sense. I want to just blow this up. Is that going to put me on a list? Completely agree with that. Godot UI is so far from the industry standard. It's wild. I mean, the only other UI experience I've ever had, this is really going to out me, is FileMaker. But FileMaker was far more understandable and manageable than whatever this is. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't stop someone from developing an alternative, frankly. I mean, MGUI is great. I love the immediate mode stuff. And you can get MGUI on Godot, but the problem with it is, I find with GDScript and MGUI, because you're actually making C calls with the GDScript translates into a C call. If you get anything wrong, it's going to crash because it doesn't do any compile check, right? And so it ends up being a pain in the ass in GDScript to use MGUI. But if you're in, say, so like C#, it's great. Crash roulette. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's the only other bummer, like, I'd love for them to make a compile version of GDScript. If GDScript would just have two things. If it had structs and compiled, that would be great. But you can kind of get around not having structs by using objects. What they call object. So I'm just going to let this go for now. I hate this that I have to do it this way, but what I'm going to do is we're just going to use the scaling. The real problem with this is if we're at different resolutions, like let's see. Now it's blurry. That's stupid. I need it to scale like yeah, but the scale, so when you import an SVG, it rasterizes. So it doesn't do the rasterization at runtime. I mean, theoretically I think yeah, I know it's a bummer. It's a bummer. So on import is when it rasterizes. So this sucks. So I guess what I'm going to do then for now is we'll just get it the size we want it to be, and then we'll go from there later. I hate this. So we're just going to say probably a little bit more. Yeah, that's it. So that's good for now. And our grid container is fighting us, so we're going to put it in the center. And that did nothing. That's because we're inside a margin container. So we're going to move that out. And the grid container has... Now, do I just do this? No, that did nothing. Grid container. There we go. Okay, so now if we have two, are they centered? Yes. Okay, this is good. This is what we want. Okay, so now... Okay, we have the cuttable icon, and then we need the grabbable icon. So let's do that really quick. So we just duplicate this, grabbable. So what about support for multi-res devices? Is that not a standard feature for Godot? If you're using, right. So I think they have some things in the docs about it. Okay, so you have some choices just off the cuff. When you're setting up the, you go to Window in the project settings in Godot, and then over here you're going to have some UI settings here. So you have this, you have under stretch, you have mode, and you can do canvas items or viewport. And if you do viewport, it's going to be pixelation, I believe, right? Let me double check. Oops, let me, well, let's make this, like that. So if I make it big, now the, now everything is, it scales the viewport, right? And if we do canvas items, then it's only stretching canvas items. And so that's where you get the issue with it. So then there's fractional and integer scaling. So you can do that. Wonder if aspect can get us anywhere. Keeps the aspect ratio. No, that's not going to help us. So it's funny because it has high DPI here, but it doesn't matter with the UI stuff, as far as I know. I think this is the single biggest giveaway with Godot right now, is the UI stuff. and the way that it does it. There's also like some weirdness with fonts that you have to do to get fonts to scale proper as well, to like actually look right. Let's see. I'm just going to do a search. Godot UI scale SVG. Here we go. Does any engine do fonts right? Themes are trash. Yeah, themes are like you want them to be better than they are because you're like, yeah. Because now I can just make a template for and it takes it's valuable. It's like got things in it that are good, but again, it's like buried behind like jank that you have to kind of learn. And I guess that's true of every engine technically. You know, it's trying to be everything for everyone, and therefore it's not good at any one particular thing, and that's just like a universal. This is why people make games from scratch, is because you're making the game, and you're making whatever engine component you need to be a part of the game, instead of trying to fit the game into the engine. Everyone probably knows SVG has infinite scalability. Godot supports this format. However, it only supports the format in the sense that you can import an SVG image, and by doing so, convert that image from vector graphics to bitmap. You can scale the SVG image upon importing it, which will make the resulting bitmap higher resolution. But once it's imported, its scale is set, and the scale will be the same as any PNG would, making it somewhat meaningless to use SVG in the first place. This means that normally an SVG image in Godot will not be able to leverage the actual benefits of the SVG format. It will not have the small file size of SVG after importing, and it will also not have the infinite scalability. This guide is a workaround on the issue. Without using any plugins, you can leverage the smaller file size of the SVG by doing things this way. So yeah, they're going to have some code in here. Scene setup. So he's talking about using it for sprites. You have your path. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Unity UI toolkit's moving in the right direction. See, this is like, this is what I would do with Godot releases, is like, all right, we're going to have like, Godot 4.5 is going to be, this is the UI like thing. The real issue is legacy. You end up having so many people that have done it this way. You would need to do it like with physics, where you can say, I'm going to use the new version or I'm going to use the old version. And you would need to make the new version so convincing to people on the older one that they wouldn't not want to use it. Or, you know, that they would be compelled to use it. Anyways. So yeah, so right now when we scale, we get the blurs. And I can't seem to get the damn thing to shrink proper. If I do this, what I can do is I can do custom minimum size. And then I can say ignore size. But the problem with this is, oh wait, this is what we want. You're doing it, Peter. Hang on a second. Why is it? What is this? Oh, because of the scaling. Okay. Okay. We got it. We got your mom right where we want her. We found the plot. We're starting to dig the hole. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Okay, so this works better. Okay, we'll take this. It's stupid, but we'll take it. So we do ignore size. 64. And 64. So now this creates another problem. Look at that. Now it's pushing it over because it's not. So now we have to, okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to dedicate the interactables. So we have the axe one, and we're going to use, Kenny has a cursor that is a finger or a hand. We need like a hand, like a closed for grabbing. Or I guess hand open would work. Okay, so this is going to be our grab. Obviously this doesn't look the same. Also, we're going to want to make the importing. So we're going to actually want to scale this SVG up because it's blurry. So we're going to double the scale. And now we need to quadruple it because it's still not quite where we want it. There we go. Okay, so we've got these two conflicting icons. That's fine for now. So now what we want to do is basically, if you can only do one, we'll only show the one icon. This is going to be our stupid interaction thing for now. So then what I'm going to do is we're going to call this cuttable. Cuttable. And this is grabbable. Okay. So now we have these two icons, and then we're going to go back over to our code here, and on our exports, we're going to change this into texture rect. Like so. And then we'll go ahead and point to those here. It is interesting as more industry people start to use Godot. My car has like 16,000, or sorry, 1,600 of damage now. Apparently the idiots in my town decided to install speed bumps on sidewalks. Wait. Wait, what? Speed bumps on sidewalks? What do you mean? I thought you were joking. I think you're being serious. You are joking about pedestrians, right? That's because that's how I read it. Okay, so we got our two little icons. Two little icons floating very lightly. And I was hinting at the facts that I got you, and the people are the speed bumps. I got you. Game icons. Game icons. Sounds like a YouTube series. Axe. Can we do an outline? Please and thank you. Gradient texture pattern. Background. Can we do an outline? Can we do an outline? Can we do an outline? Text. Foreground. Stroke. Okay, there's a stroke. Badge. What is this? Stroke. We want to stroke it. Let's get a nice stroke going. Stroke did nothing. Blank. The fuck? Oh, I see. Size and preset. Text foreground. Is the foreground? Shadow. Okay. Stroke. There we go. Now we can stroke it just how we want it. There we go. Got a nice stroke all over it. And that looks good. That's a good stroke. So we're going to download this stroke, and we'll stroke it onto the so assets, not for release, UI, game icons, Save. And now it should just be in there. And the stroke doesn't match the stroke of our hand. So do we thicken our stroke? Do we want a thicker stroke just to kind of make it work? We'll try a thicker stroke. Assets, not for release, UI. I love that I have to do this every time. That's my favorite part. I mean, I guess I was trying to get it to match, but it's starting to look like shizat. Let's go ahead and let's try 32. That is a crappy ass. It's looking crappy now. Can we do inside or outside on our stroke? It doesn't look like it. Because that would be nice. That would be nice. Not for release, UI, game icons. There we go. We're matching. And now it looks like crap. Lovely. Okay. Well, they match. I guess that's good. Okay. So back to life. Back to reality. Set interact. Add interact. Remove interact. I think this is how we're going to do it. Remove interact. And instead of doing an array, we just can onesie-twosie it. Because otherwise this puts the onus on me on the other end to track what's interactable, which might be how we want to do it. And if we do end up doing it that way, then it'll be fine and we can just go back to the other thing. But for now, it's just one interactable. And we'll stop doing plural. So just interactable. Yank 3 words. Yank 3. Or yank 3 words. There we go. Paste. There we go. Okay, so now we're just going to do a match statement. So match, and instead of interactions, this is going to be interaction and interactable. Might as well just call it the same. Match interactable. And then bam, we're going to say interactable, cuttable. And I guess if we had a lookup, I could do this without a match statement. So we'll do that. Var interactable lookup. And you know what? It just can be a fatty array. But to make it easy on ourselves, I'll just do a dictionary. But yeah, it could be an array. Because the enum starts at 0, right? So interactable, and then we're gonna have texture rect, and then our lookup looks like this, where we go and we say interactable, cuttable, colon, cuttable. So we have a reference to that. Cuttable. And then we go, oops, and that's a comma. And then do the same thing here, but for grabbable. Grabbable. Like that. And now we just go like this. Same deal, basically. Interactable lookup, we say interactable. And instead of add, we'll say show. Show interactable, hide interactable. And we'll find the interactable visible equals true. Like that. And hide interactable visible false. And interactable like that. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. And now when we get close to the thing and we have that laser beam stuff happen, we can show the icon. And I guess we need like a substate that we can cut something. Why not stroke it in Godot? Then you can tween it. I guess I could. What is this? Wait, what? Scale with editor scale. If true, scales the imported image to match the editor interface editor custom display scale. This should be enabled for editor plugins and custom class icons, but should be left disabled otherwise. Okay. Convert colors with editor theme. Okay. And we could do MIP maps. Okay. All right. I might want to. Okay. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, the free move. Let's look for cut. Physics process is colliding. I feel like we need a state can state cuttable. None. Cuttable. I don't know. This is stupid. I hate this already. So state cuttable. I dislike this. Bonzi buddy.
Hello, Matthew. It's me, Bonzi. Let me spy on you.
That's a deep cut. At least what's MIPMAP? MIPMAP is like powers of two scaled versions of the texture, so that when you're rendering, if you can use a smaller version of it, then you grab that. What is the game? The game is let me show you here. We're doing some major changes right now. But I'll give you a little you're gonna have to ignore, there's two chainsaws. Ignore the two chainsaws, okay? He doesn't know how to use the two chainsaws. So it's a game where you cut down a tree, basically. We have we're rendering the game is my pitch here. I'll do the quick pitch. All right. Let me find the video. I always end up playing the same video. But we're doing the physics on the tree in a way that's not traditional for games. We're trying to make it like pretty realistic. So there's the tree falling over, right? And then it falls, and then all reality falls apart right now. But the fall was pretty real, right? That kind of sold you. But now it's pulling an Inception, and all of reality is falling apart. So we're gonna ignore that right now, and I know why that's happening. There's a lot of reasons for it, but we're not gonna care about it. We're trusting that we know what's going on. Let me show you the pitch, though. So the idea is that you're an arborist and you're getting paid. So the elevator pitch is always this. It's Power Wash Simulator, but you're cutting down trees.
When it was time to add my son to our car insurance,
That's the
I was scared to
pitch.
even think about my wallet.
But really what we want is this kind of thing where you have zero drop zone, as they call it. And you're trying to cut a tree down without having it fall on a house or fences or whatever property there's in the surrounding area, right? And so you scale the tree, you climb the tree, and you're up on the tree, and you're doing like everything you need to do to be able to cut a tree down in a controlled manner. And so even if you fail, you'll have a cool moment where it falls and destroys a house or something, right? And you lose your arborist license, but
I'm ready as I'll ever be
or
with this
something to
thing.
that effect.
All right, ready?
But as you grow your company, you get better equipment and you can do more things. But yeah, so you're going to be tying ropes around the branches so you can control the fall like this. It really screams co-op. It really screams VR.
That was
Um,
perfect. That was amazing.
But yeah, this is the pitch. This is the idea, is to recreate these moments, these kinds of things. And then of course you would chip everything. Like you'll take a. Let me see if I can find the cool machine that they use to chip everything. Yeah, so they have this machine here, and you pick up the wood logs and you throw it in the chipper, right?
Cutting my notch.
So it's that. That's what we're going for. How did you even approach the physics on the trees? The physics are a series of rigid bodies, and this is where things get really weird in Godot, because we cannot do hierarchy. We can't do the typical in Godot, the scene tree wants you to do object-oriented like approaches to like inheritance and stuff, right? But with physics in Godot, we actually can't do that. So we can't, everything's a rigid body, right? So the entire tree is a series of rigid bodies. Each of these little, imagine also that we're going to have a mesh that looks more real than just like the cylinder. But for the sake of performance, everything's going to be a cylinder that connects to the other cylinders. And if I turn on the joints here, you'll see the connections. Some of the joints aren't showing up because they're smaller than the size of the mesh. Or the actual physical thing. So everything's a series of joints connecting one. It's a sixed off joint connecting one rigid body to the next. And eventually we'll be able to do procedural generation for the tree to make it look realistic and all that kind of stuff. But we can't use any proc-gen that exists out there for how trees are made right now with meshes, because it won't work with our physics setup. So we're going to have to basically grab those algorithms and roll our own eventually, but we're not doing that right now. So instead we had a tree editor, and I just cloned a bunch of branches. That's why you have this real fractal looking, snowflake looking kind of layout for the tree. So that's how that all works. We do have mesh splicing, but I'm not running it right now. I can show you what that looks like. Or did look like briefly. Actually, I think I might have on my Twitch page a clip of it that would be better to sell it. Let me go over to here and clips, and this is going to be a long time ago. This is the first time we had the tree fall, I think. Tree get top heavy and fall over, or heavy from one side and then the whole thing. I mean, what happens if I cut this? Oh Christ. Oh God. There it goes. No. So yeah, that was the first time we had the tree fall. Oops. Let's see. There's a lot of problems with this in terms of sound design with physics bodies like this. Like there's a ton of issues with some of this stuff. Top past 30 days. Oh, Jesus, this is like every clip. Can I do most recent? Top all. No. Videos? Can I do highlights? Have I done any highlights for the sorted by date? No. I kind of just stopped doing that. Past broadcasts, uploads, collections, default.
Huh?
Your mom's, huh? Well, I'll just show you what it looks like, what it looked like a while ago. So we can cut the mesh and do that the way that you'd kind of expect. And we are replacing, like, there's no texture here, but we are replacing it with like the wood grain and the all that stuff. We are doing that. We can do that. We can slice the mesh up we're not doing that right now because that's a whole nother problem space that I don't want to be dealing in. How long have you been working on the game? I haven't been able to dedicate a lot of time that I would normally. I used to stream every day, but that's just not happening right now. But I don't know. I would say like a couple of months. I can actually figure it out from YouTube. Let me go back over to my YouTube studio. I can go to my stream list and find out the exact day. I have the exact moment I came up with the idea on the stream. And part of this came from, I have so many trees on my property where I live that it's always on my mind about cutting them.
I can't believe you've done this.
So the initial start date on this was January 17th. And the idea came to me January 16th. Thanks for the follow, Bonzi. And so the start of the year, I guess, is the answer. And I've been streaming about 3-ish days a week for about 5-ish to 8 hours, depending on it. It's been an interesting journey. Anyways, oh yeah, we're doing UI stuff. Okay, so the interactable thing, and then what we want to do is we need a state for cutting now, or that there is a cuttable set state cuttable. And most of the time, whenever I do states, I'm just using a match statement. Set state cuttable value state cuttable. So I typically just do this and then we do the state change. Because oftentimes I'm not like, hey, the state is changing. It will be changed. I don't really need that. I just need the hard, like, binary moment of change. So for now, nothing on none. Oh, and that's state cuttable. None and state cuttable. Cuttable. Okay, and so when we go back and forth between these things, we're going to tell the UI about it. So we go main UI set show interactable. Sorry. Show interactable UI interactable cuttable, and this is hide. So we show it here and we hide it here. Okay, and so then when we can cut, which is happening, our detection for this is happening here. Set state cuttable State cuttable. Cuttable. That's stupid. Stupid names. Okay. Then we need to unset it after we walk away. So I suppose this is a really bad way to do this, but if we just for now just say else, and every time, every fucking physics tick we would be doing this, which is not the way to do it. We're going to need to all right, well, but for now it'll work. So ooh. Ooh la la. Visible of type bool on object type nil. Line 25 on UI. Is this happening before? Oh, do we not have I not? Oh, I should have the no, it's set. Is this a race war? Are we having a race condition? Look at the ground. So the stack is coming from free move. And so this scene is instantiated before. And since this is false, this fires. And then when that happens, we have nothing we can change because it doesn't know that scene element yet. So there's a few ways I can fix this. One of them is with the scene. If I have the UI instantiate before the game, on the scene order, or after, I should say, I don't think that's going to cause an issue with draws. That didn't fix it either. Are we correct in our order now? Yes. Now UI is second. And that's because it's still happening from the controller. Right. So, okay. We can fix it. It's a race war. We have to fix it. So it's forcing me to make this better sooner than I was hoping, which is fine. Now, can we do a signal instead? Because that would be more efficient. We wouldn't be hitting the process step from the scripting language, which is slow. Is there a signal on Raycast for Godot? For Godot's Raycast 3D, is there a signal? None here. Those are all properties. Go straight to methods. There's no signals. All right. What about... That's it. There's no signal on Raycast. Gotta be signals, guys. Nope, just a node. Wow. Wowzers. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. How about this? Elif state cuttable cuttable if it's cuttable, And we aren't colliding. And not. Then we change it. Mouse enter and mouse exit. So we're not controlling. Invalid assignment on property or key visible with bool on base object nil. So it's still nil. So maybe this isn't a race war. Maybe this is a different kind of thing. Texture rect. What do we got for texture rect, baby? Should have visible, right? Or do you have to do something else when you hide a control? Is there no visible for control? Gotta be, right? It's canvas item. Is it canvas item? Is that what I'm thinking of? Hate this stuff. Canvas item visible? Or is it node visible? There's visible. What am I doing wrong here? Interactable lookup. We're returning. Okay. How about this? Just for the sake of debugging really quick. Well, let's look at the stack. Null. Oh, we got to do on ready. Okay, so now we're not crashing, but we also are not showing the icon. So print debug show me daddy. All right, so show me daddy should fire when yeah, so show me daddy is firing. Now the question is trying to get fancy with this lookup and it's just giving us a problem. If we just go back to the match statement, which I'm fine with. There's the texture rect. Show me daddy said visible true. Let's go to remote UI. Middle grid. Oh, the whole grid container is invisible. There it is. So we're showing grab. For some reason. By default, that should be hidden. There we go. Okay. So this is shitty. And it actually is now, it's right on top of our... So maybe I should... You know what I'll do is, for the UI, we'll lower the... This is all shitty. This everything I'm doing right now is shitty. But what we could do is just anchor this to the bottom. And don't like this, right? So we want grid, we don't want grid container to fill. Let's see what happens. I broke it. No, it's hidden. There we go. Okay. So now it should be a little bit lower on the screen. And it's not centered because everything I do is wrong. There we go. And if I do this, I see. Okay. That works. Okay, so we got our icons showing up. And we got to be more dynamic about it soon. Now, obviously, what we could do is just change the mesh. Like we could make a glow around the chainsaw or something like that, you know? So we could do that. And I think the other thing we want to do is animate showing and hiding the chainsaw. So that we can do fairly simply. That'd be fun to work on. Let's do that. So let's do that. Let's even out our straighten it out. So now we're straight. And we'll add a animation player on our free move controller here. I'm going to go grab some tea. I will return. It'll take me about 3 minutes. I am here. I am here. Back with my tea. Back with my tea. Back with my tea. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate it. Jacob. So the animation player, we're just going to create an animation show chainsaw. And hide chainsaw. And we really need to be able to preview what this would look like from the perspective of the, like, okay, we are making some hard and fast decisions right now. Ugh. That's my name, Jay Corn on the Cob. Don't wear it out. Why does web butcher GFX so bad compared to PC? I mean, Vulkan rendering should be possible on web, but it's WebGL, right? So I think GL is the big giveaway of why things might be a little jank. But I think it's like a combination of things. Your engine is like WebGL and WebGPU, yeah. Yeah, I think it might also just be that you can't touch the hardware the same way that you can straight from software versus like this entire layer of web and on top of it. I've been scared about web GPU since Fable Footy didn't work on it a lot. Yeah. Godot seems pretty solid on web. It's if you're using, obviously you have to use GDScript. You're locked into GDScript, but you can still use GD extensions. But it is there's a little bit of jank. Audio in particular, you kind of have to do some extra work that you wouldn't normally do or need to do in it. Which, depending on how you use audio, you might not even realize that it's a problem because you use it a different way that works fine with it. But Godot used to be really bad with audio, in particular, a lot of clicking and popping noises. And that's sort of gone away. But yeah, you're stuck with the OpenGL renderer compatibility mode with Godot when you're doing web. So if you do your builds that way, it should be virtually identical. The smoke really should be coming out of this event. Okay. I would say for jam games to just test early and often with web builds and that way you catch the that's one nice thing about Godot and doing web builds is it does make it easy to continuously test with web builds. Because essentially it just starts a web server and you can just grab the latest whatever you've got running, you know, so that's nice. So you don't have to do like the full export and everything. Nothing is like broken, but it's just visually the baked light doesn't match in the editor. Yeah. Is there anything you can do, change the renderer in Unity to try and match it? You know what I mean? Lunesta. Lunesta and I go way back. Do I have any Lunesta stories that I can think of off the top of my head? It kind of does, but I'm guessing they don't know which exact renderer each browser is going to be. Oh, I see. Yeah, Unity seems to be a little bit less joyful with web builds than Godot. It wasn't always that way, but Godot has. I personally, it seems like, and this is anecdotal based on just your experience, really, but it seems like it's surpassed it in that regards. Even though it's really an afterthought in Godot. It just so happens that they sort of picked the right, and they've pivoted to the right things to support it more better. Anyways, so show and hide the chainsaw. We're buried inside the viewport. We're not clipping, right? Yeah, we're not clipping. So what I'll do for now is we will key the default position of the reset position. What we'll do, I guess, is we'll pull. Why are we? Something's going on here. No, that's correct. What's going on? Why is this not right? So that's correct. The shake node transform is... Okay, guys. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake that node thing. There we go. Shake, shake, shake. So if we just move it down out of the viewport. So there it is. So I think what we'll do... Okay, so we'll start here. So we'll go with show. And let's just key... We'll key this. So we need to add... How do we... If we're in here, we don't have any added tracks. How do we get keying going? There we go. Stop the... should be able to. Should be a big ass key button right at the top here, but I don't see it. So I guess we'll just key the position, create reset tracks. Why am I not seeing the key node? There should be something up here for keying. How fast do we want the pickup? One, two. So about 1 second to grab it and lift it up and everything. Only thing that sucks about using Phantom Camera is you can't preview in the all the keying is here. There's supposed to be a damn key button up here. Projects. Oh, we don't want to do the mesh.
Shut up and take my money.
Second with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Cricket and I used to hang out at this gas station like Jay and Silent Bob. We would go to the store, buy Little Debbie snacks, and read gamer magazines. This is true. We try to work up each other's bravery to grab like the dirty mags. But that never happened. Oh yeah, it looks real organic. This is great. Okay, good enough. And hide essentially is just doing the same thing backwards, right? So hide just like goes like this and then plays it in reverse. "21 said no one here has accomplished anything." The Doom Chainsaw is our happiness leaving the body. Okay, so we're adding a chainsaw state. Oops, wrong thing. You know what? My LSP hasn't been crashing at all lately. That's good. That's good. Lumpy space pro. Yeah, yeah. I'd like to lump your space, princess. Okay. Man, this is jank. All right, so if we press chainsaw, we get. And we can fire a release if we go from state, any of these states. Just let go of if we're holding anything. And so instead of doing that, we go set state none. And that'll release. And then if we set state none, it'll release, so we can get rid of that. Okay, so if we're holding anything so that, okay, we're starting to pull on our states a little bit more rationally. That's going to help clean up some of the code. It's a lot of this is becoming more and more clear about what it is we're doing with some of this stuff. Okay, so then we want to play the animation, right? So we're going to say we let go, animation player, play, show interactable, show your mama backable, show chainsaw. Another thing I just don't like about Godot with some of this is like, it doesn't know certain things. Like I do things with like animation and stuff, and now I'm referring it by string name. And I would prefer if these were enumerations. These should be enumerations and not strings. Full stop. And then you do play animation, and now you have references to the enumerations that you've made. But instead, it's string names, and you have to know the name of the string and all that. I just don't like this as much, the way they do it. Whenever anyone... Oh, yeah. Sus. Irad, how's it going? Let me do a shout out to Irad. Can we prune trees yet? We could always prune trees. Just not very efficiently. Yeah, I can show you what's up with some of the pruning here. You want to see it? But let's see if this works. So we're going to press 2 on the number and chainsaw should show up. Alas, it does not. Let's see. Let's just set a breakpoint here. We should hit break, and we do. Set state chainsaw. Okay, so we should hit a breakpoint here. Wait a minute. Okay, so we hit that break there. Why does it change the direction I'm looking? I didn't key any camera angle stuff. How you doing, Irad? Are you still doing the typing game? There it goes. Scooby dee papo de body, boodly papo de body, Scooby dee papo de body, Scooby dee pip do the body, papo de body. We need like the guy jacking pulling the ignition. Internal, yes, typing game, but I walked in Dino Crisis Game Jam by mistake, so now I'm doing that. Oh goodness. Couldn't say no kind of thing? Couldn't say no. Made an offer I couldn't refuse. Lunesta's in the news cycle so much. He thought I said I ran. I ran so far away. I gotta get Iran. Right. Is that how it goes? Pretty sure that's how that song goes, right? Yeah, I don't think I can play it right now. Oh, I am starting it just all of a sudden. Do I land on the bugs? Oh. Whoa. A little bit of coyote forgiveness. Game over. That's weird. I feel like I should have landed on there. Not bad. Oh, I can shoot. Does shooting cost points? Shooting should cost points. You should parallax the background while you're going up. So you like slowly get to like outer space or something. That way the player knows their progression. Besides the progress bar. Oh, there we go. This is nice. It's starting to get colder. Can you screen? That's weird. So it's like something's going on with the collisions where if I just hit something, I've got like kind of iframes or something that's making it so I pass through things. Should do some pitch shifting on the guy's voice. Obviously though, with a jam game, you don't got time for a lot of that stuff. Restart. How many days was it? We can do show chainsaw and then go into an idle. I just have a quick question for you. Would you underestimate the work for this? Because I did. For the jam game? What do you mean? Or the tree game? Because yes to the tree game. Yes, sir. Take 1 day max. How many did it end up taking? So far, 2 full days. That's not bad, though. I mean, dude, like the menus and all that stuff, if you don't have a template ready to go, that adds a lot of time. Just that stuff, it can just really slow you down. Now, this is interesting because if we set state chainsaw, so if state equals chainsaw, then we're going to set state to none. Or does not equal, else we set state to chainsaw. So now we should be able to go back and forth between the two. And if we're going to none, and what we'll do is we'll set state at the end here. And if our state is being set to none, and our last state, which is just state, equals state chainsaw, then we play the chainsaw hide animation. Okay, so now we should be able to show and hide the chainsaw. And there's some issues with this whole thing because if you feather the button, if you tap the button. So there it is. Okay, so this isn't doing what we're thinking. So we hit the brake. Let's follow the... Oh, I can't follow the steps of the code. I'm so overconfident. Yeah, I mean, you're only off by a day. What are you talking about? Mr. D-Boy, how's it going? Mr. D-Boy, successful developer, riding the wave of success with Mr. Farm Boy. Still not satisfied, never going to be satisfied. It was a tremendous game. It was a tremendous game we made. Oh, do we not have a... We don't have a hide animation yet. So we have no animation for a hide chainsaw. So we got to build that out. It's a tremendous game. So I guess we'll key everything the way we had it right here. So we'll key the rotation and see, this ain't tweening. Ultimately, this is probably going to be tweening. Because now we want to go back to our show chainsaw to this. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to scoot these over. And then we'll key them as our endpoints. I'll just move it off. We'll key it again. This is awful. -7. Oh, the rotation's not. So hide chainsaw goes like that. And hide chainsaw could actually probably be a lot faster. So we'll make it a half second. Because we're in video game land, right? Yeah, no, that's probably the way to go. Okay. So we can bring the chainsaw up and down. And let's do... And can we set... Here we go. Ease out, in. Ease in, out. Is that what we want? No. Seems better. So I think my reset is bad. -1. I could swear the keying, I had a better way of keying, but it's not working right now. And I'm not going to bother figuring it out. There we go. Okay, let's try it now. I think it's fast enough for showing, because we're gonna have the engine revving. It's like gonna be a lot more than that. I think we're gonna move the UI stuff down to bottom middle. But we'll see. I'm not going to concern myself with trying to like really fine tune that just yet. Now why aren't we? If we're bottom middle, why are we suddenly? There we go. There we go. Now I got to wrap the damn thing in a fucking margin. Wouldn't want to be able to set the margin on the... the way we'd actually want to set margins on the thing. That'd be too good. But yeah, it's got to ring. It's got to have like the power of the thing. And so if I just snap it in and show it all of a sudden, so there's got to be a little bit of build up to be like, oh yeah, baby. Because we're not. It's not an FPS. Like I don't need the speed for an FPS reason. So I'm gonna lean into the fantasy of like, you're working with heavy machinery and stuff. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so now we can whip out our Doom chainsaw. And now we have a ton of problems that we have in front of us. Because if the chainsaw's out already and we're to the side of the tree here, we want this cut indicator to show up because we can, because we're going to check to see if we can cut into the wood's depth. And if we're pointing at something that we could reach up to do, it's the same kind of thing where did I see that link you sent? No. Oh, you sent me a game. I think I've seen it. You're talking about in Discord. This is more about lumber mills, right? Yeah, this is lumber mill stuff. So this is definitely not what we're doing. Yeah, this is like some sort of like survival sim thing. Yeah. We are doomed. What does that mean? I mean, this looks totally fun, but it's definitely not the game that I'm making. Just a game about chopping wood. Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's got little icons on the bottom. Um, it's going to make millions. So that's probably close to an art style that we might need to go with. But probably something like close to something like that is probably what we end up needing to do to mask a lot of the stuff. Some of the jank and everything. Oh yeah, I was gonna show. Okay, you just gotta ignore. Well, no, we're still getting into the cutting stuff. So now we're really into it, and we're diving into this. We're gonna dedicate ourselves to making this happen. My monitor cut out. So we bust the chainsaw out. So we have a button to bring the chainsaw out. So that's more like an inventory thing, like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And one of them brings out the chainsaw. Knock the whole tree over just by pushing it. My daughter has a dance recital today. Okay, guys, so we press a button to bring the chainsaw out. We hit the button to saw or start that. What do you guys expect to happen? Like as a input system, like what are you expecting? I'll be right back. Please help me come up with some thoughts on that. I'll be right back. Well, I'm back. So no input on the chainsaw controls. The only way I'm going to get feedback on the chainsaw controls is if I do it and then people tell me that I'm doing it wrong. So that's how it's going to be. So we bring the chainsaw out. And oh no. I just no, my son was just sort of bemoaning class and school, which really took the wind out of my sails. I don't think he realizes how good he has it. And it's like, oh, we don't get enough breaks. And I'm like, little dude, you have way more breaks than you would get in traditional school. And it's shorter than traditional school. So you need to reassess yourself. But no, it's just like kind of, you know, but I mean, with him, just like even trying to get him to fold clothes is like a war. And it's too hard, and he just pushes back as to see how far he can make it so he doesn't do something. And he'll fight harder for that than to do the thing itself. How does what work? School hours? Pretty liberal about when we start. There's not a fixed starting time. At his age, we try to do 3 hours. We do lunch break when lunch rolls around. And if I'm working on something, I'll let them kind of go out and do something else. They have like way more fun things that they're doing than I think they realize that they wouldn't be doing in traditional school. As far as like you're basically playing. But yeah, it's amazing how much learning you can get in on one-on-one with a student than in a group. So, but yeah, I mean, the one thing, you know, it's they're not getting socialized. And I mean, again, our experience so far with that is, I hate to put it this way, but the friends that they have that are going to traditional school are getting mean and callous as they're getting older. And so when they're socializing, whether it's extracurricular activities or just going out and meeting with friends and stuff, it's often the ones that are not homeschooled that are the, you know, we're driving home and we're finding out that they're being like super, either we're witnessing it or they're telling us like something that they said that's just fucking terrible. Anyways, depends on the kid though. I can't even imagine now though. I mean, you get bullied in and out of school. Yeah, social media like TikTok and all that shit. And the fact that you can't be a dumb kid because everything you do is going to get recorded. So everything is cringe. So you can't be expressive. You can't be like, you can't, like, it's even worse now. Conformity is like necessary for survival, even more so than it used to be. I don't know. I mean, I struggle with. Okay, so we get the chainsaw out. How do you start cutting? What button do you imagine you press to start cutting? Do you think it's the left trigger? And how do you move the blade around? Like right now, we'd have to reach out to cut this, right? So the chainsaw would need to be able to kind of go up. I suppose we could just do the tree climbing thing.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Arc Sister, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. This is such a weird problem to deal with because, like in that other game that we just saw the trailer of that Mr. D-Boy had sent, that we also had in the Discord a while ago. The problem is solved by you just cut the tree down from the base, and that's it. You know, so it changes the. We're trying to make it a more vertical problem space. Like their approach is to flatten it's really, if you think about it, it's a 2D game. Because you always are knocking the tree down, right? And that's not what we're doing. Dude, I hate it when it buffers and then you can't get it to be the HD version. That's what I do when I make coffee. I hold my hatchet. So cutting is the mini game, or at least they mini gamed it. And then the chainsaw. Okay. So left trigger for cutting. So what if we did this? We really need like oops. Wrong thing. So if we have a branch, and so we got this nice healthy branch here, and it's at some angle. There's our branch. We go to cut it. I think what we could do is have a sphere show up. So we find the midpoint of the of that particular cylinder that is that piece of log. And it might be, obviously the mesh is not going to be a cylinder, but we're going to represent the data itself for that piece as a cylinder, right? So we have this center point, the ABB, the ABBA, the AABB or whatever. So we render a sphere that has the kind of like meridian, the different like global divisors, like on a basketball or on latitude and longitude around the Earth. So we're just telling the player this thing is round, right? It's a sphere. And then as they hold the chainsaw, and they move the mouse around. So now suddenly you're holding down the cut button or the You're holding down the left mouse button, and now you're in like a free move, right? And then when you want to saw, you hold down the right button as well. And now you're in the saw mode. But if you're just holding it down, the WASD for the player goes away, and you're locked into a mode where you're solely moving the chainsaw around the axes of this sphere. Like that. Right. And so as you move around that ball area, you get those angles that we already had. And then as you bring it like from this point to this point, the chainsaw rotates itself and is now underneath it, right? And as you're doing that, we get that laser slice angle of the blade is here, and we're telling the player the cut is going to be like this if they do it. I feel like that's good. Okay, I'll be right back. So on controller, it would be like you have left shoulder to go into like you're starting up the chainsaw. Right trigger or right shoulder to get into the pick the angle mode, and then right trigger to start the cutting process. Okay. We're getting there, boys. So one easy way we can figure this out is with a simple calculation of whatever branch we're looking at.
That's
JD,
cool.
why are you raiding me, man? Appreciate it.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's
Shout
not
out to
cool.
Dirty Does Dev. Working on turnkey solution for Drupal websites. Because you're better than me. Let's give it time, man. Welcome in, everybody. We're trying to make a game about cutting down trees. We're working on the chainsaw stuff right now. We got our little Doom style, like we bring up the chainsaw. I can't actually show you the tree cutting right now because I'm breaking it all. We got this little icon to let you know you're close enough to cut if you're facing a part of the branch or whatever. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. So that's we need an icon for climbing the trees. What's a climb icon? This is some work we're doing on designing how the cutting of the mechanic of moving the chainsaw around the wood will work. Yep, got to be careful about that. Let's go to game icons and just search the word climb. There's a ladder icon. There's like a mountain climbing one that I think is probably gets the idea across the best. Let's lower the stroke on this bad boy. Looks pretty good. And I hear the yodel guy from The Price is Right. Oh, man. Bob Barker. Jack Sack, how is your iron balls doing? Balls of iron. Okay, so we're going to create another. So we have these two icons here. So this one shows up if we can cut something. This one shows up if we can grab something. And now we're going to have one show up if we can climb something. So we have our mountain climbing one. Here we don't have an outline. That might be what we want to do. Just for now. Let's get rid of the stroke. No stroking. Download it. Arborists. Scripts. Oops. Assets. Not for release. UI. Game icons. Mountain climbing. Save the cheerleader. Hand open. We're going to go by 8, scale by 8 bigger. Re-import. There we go. So now we have that beautiful hand open. Show that. Roll that beautiful bean footage. And we are hung here. I cannot close this. Oh, there we go. Good. Now, axe. Game icons. Axe. Axe and log. Downloading. Oh, yeah, downloading. Downloading the oxen. Okay, go there. Not for release. Game icons. Saving. Saving, closing. All right. Now, continuing on. This is going to be called climb. Climbable. Export grabbable. Climbable. Interactable, cuttable, grabbable, climbable. Doing great. That is good to hear. Okay. Try it again. There we go. So we got our little woodcutter icon there. And now when we get close enough, it says climb tree, right? So we want to be able to say that elsewhere. So let's do a quick search to figure out where that's even coming from. It's coming from game line 75. 175. 175 GG. And we're saying label climb tree. So let's just add that icon instead. Instead, we go main, UI, show, interactable, UI, interactable, climbable. Look at that. And set state possible is getting fired from where? I don't even know. Right here. Why do we have state possible? It's the things that we can do. The things I do for love. Oh. So if I choose to make, if I show climbable, this is shit. Shit code, but it's getting better. There we go. Look at that. So now we have the climb icon. We got the cut icon. And let's cut. Oh, we can't cut anything down just yet. We got to bring that back. Okay. Oh, you guys can't even see it, huh? My fat body is in the way here. There's the icons that I'm talking about.
I got the banana peppers.
Thank you. Let me see. I've been talking this whole time. Nobody can hear me. I was saying that I think I'm going to bring up the compression. What happens if I lower the... Yeah, okay. That's a low cut. Is this pointed the right way? Yeah. I don't know why I'm so low right now. Anyways, what I was saying was I talked about this last week, where when you're working on a game, it's eventually it becomes just like a job. It becomes drudgery. There are moments where that happens, and sometimes it can be for an extended period of time. And the way I described it last week was that you sort of fall, like, there's puppy love and there's like young love and early phases of love where it's all purely, you know, injection into your brain of chemical response of pleasure and like this feeling that happens, right? And then there's like the relationship grows and it changes over time. And maybe you're lucky enough to just always feel that, but I don't think that's the way it works for most people. And so, but it definitely, like, that's the part where I can get through that. For me, there's like this self-doubt thing that I constantly have to push past. Where for me, it's always been art is the big thing. I'm not too worried about it with this idea, but a lot of the stuff that I want to be able to do, 100% am like, fuck, I can't execute the art. So I think of, and I've been thinking about this for a while. I'm working on a side thing with Greg, and Greg's a great artist and all that stuff. So I'm not worried about that for what we're working on together. But I think going forward, what I need to do is focus on games that I can flip assets for to be able to get a stream of revenue coming in that I can then use to process, get an art pipeline going from somebody else. I mean, that's what Wallaber does, right? Wallaber's got like good connections with music and mesh stuff. And then he is also just capable enough in Blender to be able to kind of pull together some of the stuff that he needs. So, but yeah, I can't always be in love with what I'm working on. Like, there's this, I don't know. It gets easier to stay in love with a game when you're working on it if it's something that you've sort of done before. But then it's like, well, I'm working on the same thing. But if it's something that you've done before and you're not really being challenged as a programmer or a developer, I imagine being able to stay in that sort of passion mindset is like, can last longer. And I guess the example with people is if you're pretty and she's pretty, then it's easy to stay in love. I don't know. That's, you know, if it's superficial, then it's easy to continue, I suppose, right? But if you get deep and you start seeing people's warts and stuff like that, it's a little harder to keep moving. And I think it's like that. And I, you know, it's interesting too, because I've like, there's been games that have been huge successes, and the description from the person that made it is basically, I hated every moment of making this thing. Like the SimCity games, basically after the first SimCity, Will Wright was there for, I think, the next two, and he hated every moment of it. And some of those are bangers, right? And Yo, Puke, how's it going? And like Majora's Mask is one too, where the developer, you know, the lead developer or whatever you want to call it, the creative director, is basically like I barely even remember making it. It's just a nightmare. And like for some people that's like one of the most artistic expressive Zelda games. And it's interesting, you know. And the same goes with in film. What is it? What's the second Raiders? Or the really violent Indiana Jones movie, Temple of Doom, is like a fan favorite. And it was like both Spielberg and Lucas were in like really dark parts of their lives or something. And Lucas was going through a divorce and they've even said, like, I think Spielberg said, like, I wouldn't have made it as violent if I made it now. But it's also like this like beloved thing. And it's interesting that sometimes the adversity of creating something is what makes it better. And it's the same thing with Star Wars. Like the process of developing Star Wars, like basically almost killed George Lucas. And he ends up creating this like thing that spawned so much out of that. And so much to the degree that people want to take away any achievement that he accomplished with it and claim that it was the work of other people, which is true of any film that multiple people contributed to it. But to take away from him creating this fucking thing from nothing and to say, no, other people did it is bullshit. And I'll always say that about the first Star Wars. But yeah, that's the games where they share it with people early and it clicks so hard they can't stop working on it. Yeah. But I'm talking about this because I'm kind of like, every time I do this game, for now, every problem that's in front of me is work. And I just have to believe at the end of it. Like, you got to keep believing, like, okay, I can get past this and it will be good. And you just keep going. But damn. I mean, there's been like 3 moments where I've just like been like, I just need to fucking walk away from this. But I'm refusing to do it with this one. So anyways, so left mouse button depends on our state. How you been doing, Puke? Staying productive, almost as much as I'd like. How about you? I'm doing all right. I wish I could work on stuff more. I don't get to put nearly as many hours into this as I'd like, and it really like coming back to this after 5 days of not working on it is rough. um because you hold things in your like headspace when you're working on stuff like this, and if you're constantly leaving it and coming back to it, you kind of have to reset your priors and get your head back in it, and that takes time that wouldn't have had to have existed if you were still just going on it. So now we have chainsaw, and you know what we'll do is we'll call it chainsaw out, chainsaw running, and chainsaw cutting. Yeah, I'm just trying to stay in it, There's always that next idea that rolls into your head where you're like, oh, what about this? And it's like, how about we make a game and we sell it? Could we do that, Cricket? Could you do that once? So I'm glued to the two projects, and I'm not going to let go until I get to them. Yeah, one way about that's the one way to kind of metaphor it is like, look, you can plant 100 game ideas, but you only have so much water in your canister, and so you have to pick. Um, So where can I find Godot shaders? I want spheres with lines around it. I suppose I can just use an existing texture. I believe that Kenny has some prototype textures. So I'll just grab one of these and use it as a starting point. Okay. So if we have in the game world this sphere that we can just grab. So it's going to be a mesh instance 3D. Sphere mesh. Surface material override. How about we just add a material to it now? There's our material, albedo, texture, quick load. Now we have all these.
Oh, that's cool. Cool?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Oh no, Lana, right now? You caught me with my pants down. What am I gonna do? I don't have anything. I can't show anything. Ah! Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much again, Lana. This is very, very generous of you to raid me again. I appreciate it. Oops, shouldn't have raided. Wow, everybody who's everybody's in the chat right now. There's Muds here. CS, how's it going? Steph. Mr. Poolshot, what's up? Cat Pipes. Bashwick. Caught you with pants down. You don't have anything to show? What does that say about you? Oh, man. To Bob, how's it going? It was the winter wild. Well, the heaven-born child, all minty wrapped in the rude manger lies. Nature in aught of him had doffed her gaudy trim. With a great master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. Two Bob's spitting out poetry right now. He has some freshly stiffened wood. So, okay, I can explain what I'm in the middle of doing. We realized as we were talking about the game that we kind of needed. Wow, that's interesting. That there's a big. The texture is not doesn't perfectly wrap around the sphere. Anyway, so we realized that we probably wanted to have the chainsaw behave more like the Doom kind of expectation of what a chainsaw does. So what I'm working on right now, if everything is running, is getting that sort of behavior. So, and there's been a couple of improvements as well. So we can bust our chainsaw out, we pull it up like this, and then we can kind of put it away, right? So that's that. And as we approach the tree, we now have, there's an indicator that shows up at the bottom, and we're probably going to use some other, like the chain will maybe glow or something. But essentially there's an indicator saying, hey, you can cut now if you want. And then as you get even closer, there's a climb icon if it's something that's climbable. So like this tree element here, we can climb. And so we can start going up the tree like that, right? And we can climb up with it. And so what we need to do now is a bunch of things. So what I'm working on is, I can show you the design of what we were doing here. And so this is a tree branch, and what I'm imagining happening is, because this is a big, like, this is a lot of like untapped world. Like, there's not a game that does the stuff that I'm trying to do that I can think of. Not in the way that I'm trying to do it. But so when we get the chainsaw out, and it's like, oh, we can cut the thing, right? How does cutting start? Like, what starts that whole process, right? And so the way that I think we're going to do it is you hold down the left mouse, at least if you're on keyboard and mouse, you hold down the left mouse, and this would probably be right shoulder button on controller. And that starts up the chainsaw. And then the chainsaw, whatever you're looking at, that's what you're going to work around to be able to cut. We've already kind of done that with some other code. But this is going to be a little bit more involved. So then what we're going to do is we're going to show a sphere, essentially, that's like transparent and has some latitude and longitude sort of lines around it. And that's where, when we're moving our mouse, that's what we're kind of moving around. That it'll angle the blade of the chainsaw around that space. And then we're going to see this, instead of this little laser dot, we're going to see a laser line. And while you're moving the saw around that sphere, you're going to see this laser line that shows you, if you start cutting, that's the angle of the cut that you're going to make. So you're holding down left mouse, you're able to, if you can reach to cut, the chainsaw sort of moves out to that location, right? And then when you're ready to cut, so you're still holding down left mouse button. When you're ready to cut, you hold down the right mouse button on the controller, right shoulder to say, I'm getting ready to cut, and then right trigger to start the cut. But so left mouse, right mouse starts the cut. And now wherever that laser line is, you're locked in on that. And I think the way that it has to work in order for it to be like video gamey is when you hold down the button to make the cut, it just starts happening, because we can't have the player motion a cut, because otherwise they can cut through anything like butter. And so we have to take over so that there's a feeling of resistance. And that feeling is holding down the other button and seeing the action of the cut happening. And at any point you could let go and release the button, and you'll move up and you'll see the kerf. Is it the kerf or the kern? I forget. You'll see the kerf of the cut as it's cut through that mesh. So you'll see the hole that the blade made, the slice that the blade has made. If you release it'll come up. So that's what I've got worked out, and I'm working on that right now. Yeah, the kerf. So we're working on that. That's kind of where I'm at on it. So I'm just trying to get the sphere thing going, at least the rough pass of it. I'm just using some Kenny assets like prototyping boxes. We got to make it transparent and everything. That's what I'm currently trying to do right now. So that's where you caught me and everything. And we do have, I can't show it right now, but I'll show you on the Discord. I'll show well, okay, so if you don't know, we're working on a game where you're cutting down trees. And if you've ever seen those videos where you have like, I think this is AI. So, But these moments, we're going to have these moments in the game where you just can accidentally destroy a house. So the whole point of the game is there's a tree in someone's yard and you're trying to cut it down and not destroy something in the area. Like that. Like you don't want to do that, right? So that's like the real I know, right? So long as they're insured, you hope they're insured and licensed if they screw up your house that bad. And then you want these moments. Whoops. This isn't oh god, is this going to be like some weird site? No, we're okay. People are sharing links. I can't full. Can I not full? Are we serious with this? This is what we're doing? So you moments like this, wouldn't that be awesome to be able to do a cut like that? So speed, the pitch of the game is really, it's Power Wash Simulator, but you're cutting trees down. And so the game loops in Power Wash Simulator where you like get better stuff and all that stuff is like, that's the core thing. It's that sim style of game, plus the chance of accidentally killing yourself, another player, or destroying property. So there's this added like juicy bonus. That's what we're shooting for. Like moments like this. This one's so bad. That guy just did the cut wrong, from what I'm learning. Yeah, and so that we have the mesh cutting. This was like a proof of concept, so we can do this. This was like we could come up to this thing and just like Fruit Ninja it, and so we could come up to any part of a piece of lumber and like just slice it up. So we have the ability to cut things and have them become different physics bodies that then do different things. The real magic behind it, I'll just tell you, is when you make a cut, when we're making a cut, we pre-slice the mesh, glue everything back together, put everything like exactly the way it was, and slap another joint on it. And then we loosen the joint as you're making the cut. And at a certain point, when the dot products comparison is like too much or whatever, the joint breaks, the tree snaps, and that piece of the wood comes off and it falls just like a real piece of wood. But it's like, trust me, bro, because I can't show it to you right now. So trust me, bros. It's like, it's a real thing. So we'll make this into a transparency and kind of make this semi 256 divided by 2. There we go. So it's halfway visible. And there's probably something we could do with like the depth pass or something to make it even better for us. We do want to call maybe the blend mode. We could probably do something with the blend mode that would help us. Or something with a shader. And we probably end up with a shader, right? We probably end up with like just a typical like sphere mesh, and then we do a shader for what eventually I want to do, most likely. Okay, so we're gonna have this like dude just hanging out somewhere. He's probably gonna have to be like somewhere way out of the culling of the like the draw area. For now, I'm just gonna put him underneath the world. And how about we do that? How about we just add a zone and we'll just put it underneath the world, and this will be our cash stash. And anything that we, how do you spell stash? The way that I want to spell it? Not like mustache. Stashing? Yeah, stash. Okay, doesn't look right to me. So we'll have cash stash, and then we'll just set that up so we can snap anything there when we're not using it, and then pull it from that location when we need it. Is it stash with an E? But that's mustache. So we're really just using this thing for its coordinates more than anything. My scene, don't look at, I am not, this project is not a good example of how to organize things in Godot. I'll tell you that. Don't look at it for anything. Gotta run. Thanks for the stream. All right, Jacob, thank you for hanging out. The rope could have been attached higher. I know, right? That's like basic physics. This is physics 101. But yeah, the cut itself is on the wrong side. And that's why I thought that's how you do those cuts, because I've seen so many fail videos where they've cut it on the wrong on the wrong end, and it's fallen exactly like it should based on the cut. But that kind of cut we do want to be able to do in the game. There's there's this like angle, you do a notch cut, and then you cut like you do another angle here, or you come across like that. And then it'll start to give and fall in the direction of where that notch was. And we can grab wood, pick up wood, move wood, and all that stuff, right? So you'll cut the notch and then grab the piece of wood and pull it out, right? That's all possible to do in this game so far. I can't show any of it right now because I'm in the middle of changing the primary game controller, but you have to trust me. In another kind of cut, the kind to guide the fall, I forget there's a name for it, is where you go and you, let me grab my pen. Do like width like this. You make a cut here. Then you go here, 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 and then here. And then the wood should fall in the Z, like the Z direction. And I imagine the angle that you cut this at would help nudge it the way that you want it to fall. And so on the sides as well, like how this cut is angled in this one, so that it wants to fall that way. Obviously, the weight and the forces on the tree. This is what's going to be fun about this game too, is the physics are real. So I can't really show it right now. I could show a clip of the tree falling. First time we had the tree fall, I could show that. But like the everything's a rigid body connected to other rigid bodies for all of this, right? So the weight, the mass of the rigid bodies weighs down on the tree. And so you could literally cut one side of the tree, all the stuff off of the tree, and the whole tree is going to start to list on the weight of everything else. And potentially you could literally have parts of the tree snap apart if it's pulling enough on it. If the other elements of the tree or the other branches of the tree are pulling on it hard enough. So I'm definitely doing something weird with the way that it's very untraditional way of doing the tree. We're focused on the realism of a single tree, maybe 2, maybe 3 on a single piece of property. Now you'll be trapped on that property just like you would be in Power Wash Simulator. And so there'll be trees in the background, but those won't be rendered to that amount of realism. But we want that physical realism of these trees because that's the game. That's what we're shooting for. That is the scope of what we're looking for. We're looking for that element of realism. And I'm trying to find the tree cut. Do we have clips of I think we've got clips of the tree falling. Yeah, here's me last month. A younger me. A happier me. So this is like, we're not doing the mesh cutting here because I'm prototyping other things. I don't care about it. So it's just kind of getting rid of that piece of lumber. This is the first time we had the tree fall. And so we're getting this kind of like behavior that you don't typically see when you see a game where you cut a tree down. Usually it's just like, oh, the mesh is now free. Some amount of force is applied to it, so it starts to tip over and it falls, and then we break apart, you know, that kind of thing. Some of the games, I think Valheim has a little bit more realistic wood cutting. But even like Breath of the Wild, it just kind of turns into a stump, you know. But we want that realistic element to it. We want those forces, because in real life, when you cut some of these branches that are bending, they can snap back and kill you if you don't know what you're doing. And we want all that. That's sort of the draw of the game. And we're working on the systems first because that'll help us inform the art style. If we went art first, I think I would have been disappointed because I would have gone hard on realism. And I think as I'm working on this, I'm finding that that's probably not the angle to go with this to make it what it should be, to kind of match the jank of some of the physics. So art's kind of last of the steps that we're going towards. And then there's going to be tools. There's going to be things for like chipping the wood and picking up the wood and moving the wood and all that stuff. But right now, focused on chainsaw. So we'll continue on with that. So we have this cache stash. And what we're going to do is we'll move our mesh instance there. And we'll reset the transform. So we're at 0, 0 relative. And so this is our sphere. And so let's give it a better name. Cut sphere. And so then we need that.
Oh, that's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Captain Krabs, thank you for the raid. Oh, I don't know if Lana's still here. I usually ask what people are working on. I'm so selfish. I get rated really big and then I become like this selfish bastard. I saw Lana does kind of what I do, like IRL streams. She was working on wainscoting, which was cool to see. Because sometimes I'll do like drywall or paint something or whatever, but hasn't happened lately that much. Captain Krabs, thank you so much. What are you up to? Let me do a shout out. I was working on my game Fighter. Fight turd. That reminds me of like Clay Fighter for some reason or something like that. Hang on. I gotta see this. Give you a follow.
Like there's not a good physics engine, so like we'd have to remove the shadow.
Are you doing these the artwork?
Wait, am I doing X and Y wrong?
Wait, are you an old school game maker? This is
Sorry, there's a guy mowing our lawn.
Excuse me. Pixel Game Maker, actually. Oh, okay.
Let me look at my Trello again.
Trello. Oh, Trello. You know what? I just had a flashback when you said Trello. I totally forgot about Trello. I know what you're talking about. What was that software that combined AOL Messenger, Yahoo, MSN, ICQ, IRC. It was like a bunch of things. It combined them. Trello, that's the one. Trello and Trello. Man, Trello was the bomb back in the day. It was, and it used less memory than any of them on their own. Yeah, that was like the thing to have. And then you could like group friends. Like if you knew that they were, if I remember, if you knew they were the same one on like this is MSN, this is my friend on MSN, and this is their handle on ICQ, and I prefer to message over this protocol or whatever. Pigeon, yeah, that was another one. Yeah. Man. Flashbacks. I miss that stuff. I miss the early internet, guys. There was the internet is always a cesspool, but there was a realness to the sessiness back in the day that does not exist now. The worst AI we had back then was Alice. Was it called Alice? Elisa? It was something like that. And all it did was basically retake what you had said and ask it back as a question. And you could get it into this like weird loop. Actually, it kind of hallucinated, even though it wasn't. It was just an algorithm. But it kind of acted like how AI will hallucinate. Alice, yeah, that was the one. Yeah. That was a guy in the UK that made that, right? And it was based off of his like it was some guy's wife that was going to therapy, a specific kind of therapy where essentially the therapist basically just takes what you say and rephrases it. And that was it. It was based off of that. I used it extensively. I was that much of a nerd. Yeah. It could be made to do pretty cool things. Oh, really? I'm thinking of a different bot. Okay. I was so proud of my 5-number ICQ handle. Yeah. I think I think my number started with 2. I wasn't that cool. Once we had a laptop in our pocket, everything changed. Yeah. Yeah, there's no going back. Eliza, that's the one. Eliza was a therapist. That's the one I was thinking of. 1964 it was developed. Recognized as the first chatbot, natural language processing program. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is old. A lot of this stuff is old. On the shoulders of giants. All right. So we have our cut sphere mesh. And we're going to put it there. And then we're going to hook it in. And now we can talk to this mesh anytime we need it. And so when we start our cut, we want to pop it into the center point around the sphere. So the way that the game is going to work is eventually we're going to have realistic meshing for the branches. Right now it's just these cones, right? Or cylinders. Sorry, wrong word. So right now it's just these cylinders. I learned Perl first. Perl was my second language after BASIC. Perl was awful. It was good and it was terrible all at once. But Perl was like idiosyncratic. Is that the word? It was like very yeah. But yeah, I taught myself programming when I was 11 or 12. in the 90s on an old Apple II. It was an Apple II, the color one. Apple IIc, or was it the 2E? I can't remember. And so the only way you could learn programming back then was like go to the library and find a book if you got lucky. And luckily the Apple manual was pretty rich with information, but when you started to need to use like assembly calls and stuff like that, but yeah, I remember distinctly going from BASIC to a functional programming language in Perl, and just being baffled by the idea of a method or a function, and just being that, oh, I could just call this thing up whenever, and that being this like, huh? Like I distinctly remember just being so. It was like, wait, what? Like, huh? So that was like a big hurdle to like get by, and then object-oriented programming was also this like, why? Like, why would I do this? Like, it was like a real like, huh? And I since have like kind of like my opinions on that have changed as far as, but I think object-oriented programming is good for like if you're doing like an API development or something maybe. But generally, I don't find myself necessarily. I tend to write things very linearly. Obviously, I'm trapped in some of the patterns given that I'm using Godot, but and then in the engine, the API calls are all that way. All right, so we're gonna try and snap the. I wanted to show you really quick. So these the green here, and then if I press F1, these little balls are all the joints that are connecting all of the physics for the tree. So, and I could show you wind. We also have wind forces, and the tree will sway in the wind and bob around and stuff as the wind pushes it. Yep, ignoring M. Sorry, M. Let me do a shout out to M. Did it do it? Sometimes this thing doesn't do the text. There it goes. M audio. M, you got to plug your game. I need to update your shout out so it includes the game. How you doing, Shug? How you doing, hun? I wasn't fishing, but thank you. For me, I think it went Basic C, some assembly, Pascal, Visual Basic, C#. I learned some of the worsts. So I went from Basic, which I used to think was awful as a first language, but I actually think it's great first language. Especially if it's like you're young and you're a kid. I'd take Basic over Scratch any day. But Basic nowadays is like kind of this thing that's unapproachable and unusable, really. So Basic to Perl to PHP a bit in the old days when it was bad. And then Objective-C to release an iPad game. Or it wasn't a game, it was a teleprompter thing. So with a friend, when the iPad came out, we were like one of the few that had the app at launch. So we made like a teleprompter thing. But Objective-C, a terrible first language to go into to learn, like compile. That was a revelation for me though, was going to a compiled language in runtime. Like, because before that it was all kind of webbish behavior. And so to be able to breakpoints, runtime, and compilation were like revelations of like, oh my God, you mean I can break the program before it runs? This is amazing. And then at runtime being able to like see the stack and all that stuff is just incredible. This was the way, really. Yeah, I mean, if you're just if you just stuck with PHP, I mean, you're making the dough, you know? The web now is atrocious. It's constantly, unfortunately, web is just like always reinventing the same concepts over and over again. And I pity anybody who has to do any of this stuff with like any of the modern stuff where they're rendering a secret DOM and like everything's happening on the client. I've used pretty much everything. But we moved away from, and I'll argue from a green perspective, from an environmental perspective. Everything used to come from a render on the server to the client. And that's like way more green than the way we're doing it now, where we're like, hey, what if we just had the client do everything on everybody's client? Which is like, from an energy standpoint, you know, we get bad about AI, but we're also making just horrible choices from an energy standpoint for other conveniences, supposed conveniences, with all the modern stuff. And I think still to this day, web is primarily just almost exclusively static. And you don't need any of this dynamic bullshit. And the more you can think statically about it, the more you can just have a cached thing and deliver it. Now, the thing that everyone gets trapped in with web is, I'm going to be the next Twitter, which is like, come on, bro. Like, no, you're not. You're just some CRM or some POS thing for somebody. And it doesn't have to be anything more than that, you know. But it's like constant delusions of grandeur with modern web development. Circa Today, thank you for the follow. I'm a POS. Oh, that looks nice. All right, and this is a this is a spatial shader. Okay, so then I don't even need. I always read POS. Hello, POS. Yeah. All right, let's take a look. So I wouldn't even apply this on, say, the sphere. Well, let's see what we can get with it. Shader material. New shader. Spatial. Cut sphere. We're going to just put it in root for now. And paste it in. Ooh. Ah. I worked at a hotel, and the software we used in an app category called Property Management Software, PMS. Where I worked at an ISP, and they co-located Experts Exchange's website, which, if you think about the spelling, there was no dash in the URL. Experts Exchange was an precursor to what's the one that doesn't even exist anymore because of AI? That you do a search for a programming question, that would be the first thing to come up. But it was that before that. Stack Exchange, yeah. But it was also, you could read it as Expert Sex Change. And they should put a dash in the in the URL. But Experts Exchange, and I always tell the story, but I do distinctly remember the day that, because they didn't have a contract with us of a guaranteed hosting time or anything. And so one day they come in and they just grab their box and leave. And that was like half of the company's money walking out the door. And I just remember our admins losing their mind and freaking out. It was wild. Just like pure panic. It was crazy to watch happen as half their business literally walks out the door. Because they went and the site was still up and they realized that they had changed the DNS to a different thing. And I think they had realized they could self-host cheaper. The pin island problem. Yeah. Anyways, back to it. Thank you for this. Thank you for this too, Bob. Does this, let's try a cylinder. What happens with a cylinder if we use this? Okay, so it works on anything. There we go. Doing good. We're gonna lose. How are you? Zombocom. I bring that up occasionally. That was early internet memery. Anything can happen at Zombocom. The only limit is your imagination. All right. Zombocom. Welcome. Welcome to Zombocom. Zombocom, welcome. Welcome. So this is actually just about right. Cut sphere mesh. No. I was just curious how the no, don't worry about it. I was just more curious about how the how it worked with the maths of it all, I guess. So glad somebody upgraded it to HTML5 when Flash died. You know, I'm beginning to think that the death of Flash was a mistake. Anybody else have that feeling like we made a mistake? Every second of every day. You remember that brief moment when web browsers stopped playing GIFs? And suddenly the internet was nice and clean and everything. And now we've got everything. Like there was this period of time, I forget what happened, but like the standards changed briefly and GIFs like wouldn't autoplay anymore. And it was a wonderful period, a brief moment of like clarity for web development. Is Adobe certified, Macromedia certified professional from the error? They sent me a ton of actual books and Flash and stuff. They're probably antiques now. It's mainly used for Newground games and animations and stupid advertisements. Yeah. Wait 1 minute for page loads and full of GIFs. Yeah. Yep. I also miss, I'm going to say this too. I miss the discovery. I feel like Napster had the best discoverability for new music than anything. The thing about Napster that was so cool is it was like, oh, I'm downloading this thing from somebody. What other music do they have? And you could just kind of look, and it was that person's tastes like laid out for you. And you could discover so much new stuff that way. And I feel like that whole, like, everything's fed through an algorithm now. And it's not the same. It's not the same as like rummaging through someone else's like record collection, essentially. I remember MySpace pages crashing my computer. Yeah. SoulSeek has that Napster feature. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I had an idea for using the Spotify API to recreate the experience of having to wait for music to download and then browsing other people's like playlists and stuff. Like it was files, like it was downloads on their computer, and like recreating the whole UI and stuff. I loathed Flash because for a while, every dumbass CEO and upper management had to be 100% Flash. Yeah. I think Steve Jobs' manifesto about Flash was a Trojan horse. And he saw the appification of things coming with the iPhone and all that. And he was trying to rip out the last thing that we had that was app on the web. I feel like that was the intent. I don't attribute anything that was in his interest as a noble cause, frankly. There's a music app for Linux that would suggest music by the things I was listening to. SoulSeek, that's come up twice now. I'll have to check it out. All right. So now when we go to cut, we need to have another state here. Process input event. So if we're pressing, I think I have it as left mouse. Let's see, input map. Do we even have, I don't think we have anything. Chainsaw trigger. Okay, so we'll call it chainsaw start. And then we'll have chainsaw rev. Or I guess it would be chainsaw. We're going to use chainsaw rev. So chainsaw start is right mouse button. Chainsaw rev is left. And then same with the controller. We're going to go right bumper and right trigger. I'm going to hide my face while I eat my... My wife reconstructed a Subway tuna sandwich. Oh, you can't see it because of the green screen. It looks disgusting. I promise you it's not. It's tuna, lettuce, cucumber, banana peppers, and all deliciousness. Anyways, I'm going to hide my, so you guys don't see me masticate on the stream. Any progress on yesterday's work? Mr. Pilot Man, yes. I'll show you really quick. It's not much. We're getting there. It's really not much. So we can bring up the chainsaw and we can put the chainsaw away. But it's more than that. There's a lot more going on. We fixed a lot of state issues as well. And we're about to work on some other stuff here. Right now. So You know what I think we'll do? Just do big old fatty match statement. We love our match statements. So if we're holding, this is more for my brain than for performance reasons, because it's not going to help with performance. But this way I can parse this code a little more easily. And it's an input event, so it only fires when an input is happening. So it's not that bad. It's fine. But wait, there's more. Fixed state issues. All right, give me a moment. I got to use the old Tinkle station. All right. Bob, thank you so much for this. So yeah, we did some work, pilot. We did some work prototyping how the or coming up with a yeah.
So you have to drive.
Okay.
And
Yeah, she's taking Benadryl. It makes you real sleepy.
yeah, but that doesn't make me real sleepy.
Yeah. Thank you, Odie. Yeah, I'll drive. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so we have okay, so we have the controller. We're gonna when you press down the left mouse button, a sphere shows up around the area that you can cut. The chainsaw will be able to move around that sphere. And as you're holding down the left mouse button, you're picking the angle. There's going to be a laser like line to show the cut angle, whatever it is. And then if you're still holding down the left mouse button and you hold down the right mouse button, then it'll begin the cutting process and it'll come down and cut. So if chainsaw is out, chainsaw is ready. So if chainsaw is out, and then chainsaw start happens, And actually, chainsaw start is pressed. Then we set state to state. Chainsaw running. So when you press it, it's going to do like the... I guess it would always be running, right? So I don't know. Maybe we have a little audio cue. So then chainsaw, it's going to change the chainsaw out. So if state is chainsaw running and the event is action released, chainsaw start, then we set state to state chainsaw out. So we go back to that. There's a problem with this though, with our animations. So we might need to have chainsaw out, or I have to be careful here. That's what I'm saying. And the animation of the chainsaw being picked up and held and all that stuff, we're probably going to want to do it with lerping and tweens and stuff. Some of this logic is crap. So now if we set state to chainsaw running, that's where we're going to look at we release if we're holding anything, which shouldn't even be possible or shouldn't be happening. We're going to set our context information to blank because we don't have any yet. Sorry about that. We're going to lose. And we're going to snap the balls. The game ball. The cut sphere. So the cut sphere, we want to set it to a certain position. Func. Show cut sphere at value vector 3, and then cut sphere position, global position equals value. So we just snap the cut sphere to that location. Another thing we could do is show it. So if cut sphere is invisible to start with, that's one less thing to draw and call. So we could say visible true only when we need it to show up. As a matter of fact, what we could do is when we set something back to the cast stash location, we just take the thing and hide it. Can make a new one. I was curious if it would show a welcome message. Yeah. Nah, they probably purged old accounts or something, right? Or they probably been hacked and they just delete accounts with leaked passwords or something. I don't know. Who knows? You know all these age verification bullshit laws that they're doing? It's so dumb because there's one place you do age verification if you want this control that they really want with it, right? Can anyone think of the one thing, if they required age verification, that would trump everything? Hey.
Okay, just so you know, Lily's back to normal now.
Oh.
So she...
Let me So the one thing, it's email. All they need to do is slap age verification on email. You require identification. That's kind of the point. So most sites don't use email for verification anymore. But like you can't start a Twitter account without email, right? Can you sign up with just a mobile number? My point is that you need to verify, you need to create an account via email. Like it has to send an email. You click on it because they want that email address. And then that's for account recovery. But requiring email.
That's cool.
Thornady.
Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Do a shout out to Thornady. What's up, Thornady? Thank you so much. I'm hiding my camera right now because I'm stuffing my face full of a tuna sandwich. I hope you're doing good, man. Thornady has many different projects. Did you, that one that you showed me, is that out yet? Who knows which one? All right. Thanks everybody. Thank you for coming in. The Thornady crowd, thanks for being here. Yeah, so we're working on a game where you can cut a tree down. And I'll do the real quick elevator pitch. Essentially, we're looking at a game that is the same simulation style as Power Wash Simulator, but you cut down trees. And the trees, it's not that you're a lumberjacker, you're an arborist. You're cutting down trees in dangerous areas where if the tree fell the wrong way or a branch fell down the wrong way, it could destroy the property. So something like this. We're going to have moments like this in the game. Right? That's what we're going for. Let me show another one. This is a classic. Pretty sure this is AI. Although it looks right. Somebody doesn't like somebody. So moments like this. And then of course the moments when you get it right and you cut a tree down perfectly and it doesn't hurt anything. But then of course there's this kind of thing. This one's so hard to watch. I hoped in my last house, I hoped that yeah, so we have like, we've got the mesh slicing stuff going, and we've got a bunch of other things. I can show you guys really quick. I'll just show you what it looks like when a tree falls in the game so far. Let me just show a clip of that, because right now I'm not in a playable state. But I'll show you a quick clip, and then we'll get back to work. You can climb the tree. When you're up on the tree and you're near the top of the tree, the wind is going to be swaying you back and forth. And so you're going to have that, like, you know, vertigo kind of sensation of being on top of a tree and it kind of moving. And when you cut the branches, they go down and they'll hit the things on the way down, and they fall in a very realistic way. Excuse me, I ate a bunch, so I'm doing the dad burps right now. But yeah, here's the first time we had a successful tree fall. I'll show this clip from this is a month ago. But here's what it looks like. This is like early development stuff for the, but you can see that the way that it falls and everything is like, we're shooting for more like unseen behavior that typically a video game tree is a mesh, and you have a shader that's telling it to move the verts around so that it looks like it's swaying in the wind. And you usually don't have a very accurate physics body sort of attached to it. And even games where you're cutting trees, it's not as involved as what I'm shooting for. I've dropped so many limbs of trees around the house. I'm always extra careful when they drop. I'm always afraid they'll do something bad. Almost died last year on a 15-foot ladder chainsaw in hand, cutting a huge branch, and it almost took me with it. Yeah. There's another video I have of a guy on a palm tree that's being held down by his weight, and he cuts the part in front of him, and the whole thing snaps back because it doesn't have that weight anymore, and he's just going back and forth like this, holding on to it. And we could totally have that kind of moment in this game with the physics that I've got going. But anyway, so yeah, cutting trees down, taking the cut parts of the tree, getting them into the wood chipper, clearing the site out, all of that work is the sort of power wash fantasy part of it. And the sim part is upgrading the business, growing the business, getting new equipment so you can do bigger things, bigger jobs, harder jobs, make more money, repeat, that kind of thing, right? So that's what we're shooting for. So I think the early stages are going to be like, yeah, it was like that, swinging back and forth with a chainsaw. Yeah. You go home, you're like crying, kiss the kids on the forehead that night, and you're just like, those are the moments where you instantly like pick a religion. You're like, oh, okay. Show cuts for your ats. And yeah, right now what we're working on is getting our, I'll show you right now. I can't show much of the game because we're kind of in the middle of refactoring the some of the controller behavior. But so here's the tree. When it first spawns in, it bounces like this. We're going to bake the tree in a settled state so that when we, and it'll increase the load times because we'll just instantiate said tree. Right now we're actually generating it on the fly, but we can just stamp it out once we have it. We can bake it, basically, is what I'm saying. So the tree will settle, we'll bake it, and then when you load the stage up, it's just sort of sitting there. You can kind of see it swaying a bit. But right now we're working on the chainsaw controller that we can bring up and put away. And we're trying to get it, like most people expect sort of FPS behavior when they expect the chainsaw. So we're trying to kind of give that to them. When you get close enough to we got these little icons. This is all going to change, but when you get close enough, it'll let you know you can cut. You're close enough to cut something. And then when you get even closer, it'll say, hey, you can climb it. Oops, I just shook the tree by grabbing it. And so we can we can climb the tree. Yeah, there it is. It's with E. Yeah, but even if you look at the wiggling and stuff, like this is stuff you don't typically see this kind of behavior, right? So this is part of selling the fantasy. That's a big old jiggly tree. You want to see something wild? Oh, I shouldn't break the illusion. All right, so let's go back to what we were doing with the cutter. So when we set state to chainsaw out, we have to get the position of where the collision of the laser is happening. We have to get the lumber body that is being collided with. Object can hold is what it's called right now. Let's go ahead and rename that because it's not useful for us anymore to name it that. It's more lumber facing. And then we'll just do a quick rename here. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, everybody. I appreciate all the support. It's really cool that to have that happen. You're just saying robots going through a human being simulator and it all just works. What is it? Lumber facing. But yeah, I mean, the current look of the game is temporary. I'm not caring about the look of the game. I've said it earlier, but the look of the game is being decided by the systems that we're building. There's an inherent jank in physics, right? Once we have something that we're satisfied with, that's like, okay, this game is feeling right, it's playing right, all that kind of stuff. The other thing I didn't show is you can pick up wood and rotate it, move it around like Bethesda, like holding an object in like Half-Life or Skyrim or something, right? So you can pick up a piece of lumber and then kind of spin it around, choose the axis that you're rotating it around. And that's necessary to be able to feed it into like the wood chipper and stuff. But and that's working really good now. It's actually pretty jank for a while. Yeah. Oh man. So yeah, chainsaw running, lumber facing. And so we want to use that lumber facing to get information about it to determine where we're going to put this little sphere that's going to be the cut area or where the chainsaw will travel around. So in this case, lumber facing. And right now, we're going to say that the laser can only cast to, so it's saying rigid body, but we're going to say lumber. And then we'll clean up down here a bit. Lumber facing. So now we know we're lumber. Get collider. As lumber. And Bethornity, I'm gonna go grab some food too. Oh. Shoot. Well, if you have anything to plug, just throw it, always throw it, throw it in the chat. So lumber facing, what we want to get is the so we have mass, but we actually want to know the radius. This is the key thing. So the radius has to be equal to the length of the blade that the saw can cut it cleanly through. So, at least for now, how I'm going to set it up. And I believe, I just want to confirm radius. Oh, it would actually be radius, it'd be the diameter. But we'll use the radius multiplied by 2. Okay, so diameter is the word I'm thinking of. And it's worse than that, though. I mean, we're going to create this sphere. No, it should be fine. So the size of the size of the sphere is actually half of the length of the blade. Because is that accurate? Let me bring in the die means across in Greek. Those damn Greeks with their Greekiness. Coming in here, Greeking up the place. It's getting all Greeky up in here. Yeah. So it's half. So we cut everything in half. Now the sphere should be the size of the blade. Yeah, that looks right. So like if we were to move the mesh of the saw around, and yeah, it's just about, I mean, it's inside, but that's enough for us. Got to sell it. Okay. So that's the size of our sphere. So we need to be able to set the sphere size based on the chainsaw blade size, or we don't have that just yet. Right now we're fixing it on a static number. Because we're going to have different size chainsaws, of course. So then the math that we want to do is lumber is shaped like this. It is a rigid body, 3D. And we're more concerned about the collision shape than the cylinder shape, which is the collision shape, versus anything else. So on tree object, do we get for lumber, do we have a reference to the collision shape? That's a big fat no. Let's do this. We'll have a getter. Func gets diameter. And this is going to return a float. And we're going to use, for now, we're going to do something we generally don't like to do. Nah, we'll be fine. We'll do an export. Hey, can we, what time is it? Ooh, okay. I should probably get ready for my daughter's recital here soon. So collision shape is a cylinder shape. Okay. So cylinder shape, and then we say cylinder return cylinder shape times radius, or no, radius times 2. Cylinder shape radius times dos. There's our diameter. And so we want that diameter. The diameter is going to tell us whether or not when we press the button, we're allowed to. So get diameter. And right now we're going to just use a hard-coded number. So var float or diameter float lumber diameter. Okay. And then we're going to compare it to a strict number that we have that we're just making up, which is 0.51 times 2, so 0. So lumber diameter, if lumber diameter is less than or equal to 1.02, it's a magic number, I know. Then we snap the, so we say game show cut sphere. And this is main game show cut sphere, and we give it a point in space. Why is it not yelling at us? It requires show cut sphere at. There we go. Okay. So here's another problem that we kind of have to deal with. We want to snap the sphere to the center. So we're going to have, for now, there's like a little laser beam that's just doing a raycast, right? We're drawing the laser beam to wherever the raycast is hitting. So we raycast here, but we really want straight across and centered, that's where the sphere ends up. So when we press the button for the chainsaw, we snap the sphere to the center of we bisect it, and the center point of the cylinder. Could you make the blades separate and then just use a cube collider? So in order to solve what problem, S-Funk? Because so what I'm trying to design right now is the sort of player controller behavior for when you're doing this cutting stuff. And we just want to, it's not even a collider what I'm working on right now, technically. We want the diameter of the circle to match the length of the blade, basically. So that visually the player understands, oh, the chainsaw, when I move the chainsaw around, it's from the blade's perspective that this circle is what it is. And it could be a cube that like moves or something like that. We could do something like that. But you can always slice through something. So really what it should look more like eventually is that we sort of like because like you could start a cut, this would be an awful idea, but you could start a cut from here all the way across, right? And so it's always gonna match. The sphere also represents the depth of the cut too. So so it's going to reduce the available. Here's another way to think about it. I'll draw it from the side. And hopefully this is just something that the player starts to understand over time as I explain this. So this is, let's think of this as from a side view, what I'm showing. So we have this sphere right now, right? And let's pretend like it's a perfectly shaped circle. And so you'll see that our available cutting space, if we were to zoom in, is at these points here. Let me change to red and I'll mark it. So, did I lose the pin? No. So these points here are our available cutting spaces. If the length of the blade was shorter, the available cutting space, our cutting area, let's put it that way, shrinks. What the hell? Why does this keep happening to me? I get into this weird mode with Excalidraw and I can't get out of it. I'm going to close and reopen Obsidian. So if our blade is shorter, then this sphere matches the length of that blade and it shrinks too, right? And if that happens, you can see here what happens. Our cutting space is even smaller. So now, because we're clamping to the center point of the tree. So now our cutting space shrinks down. And suddenly, it's only this big. Why is this so hard to draw with? I chose to make it really small, that's why. So then suddenly we can only cut to these points. And so the available rotational area of the blade suddenly shrinks because it's such a thick piece of wood. And we want to be able to cut it where at least some part of the chainsaw is coming out the other side. And obviously in real life, you can cut a bigger piece of wood than the chainsaw would want. I don't know that that's a good idea. Based on my experience using chainsaws, I would avoid that. Because you can't, it's hard to line everything up exactly right when you're, it's not and you have to like move around in weird ways and it's just like terrible. So yeah, the bigger the blade, the more surface area you have to pick from to make a cut. If that makes sense, because you can make a longer, anyways. So yeah, we're trying to represent that sort of concept. So whatever surface area of the sphere we see sticking out, we know, oh, okay, that's how much of that we have available to move the blade around and make our cut. There's a lot of math that this is going to involve. I think this is the right way to go, though. So, yeah, so the next problem in front of us, though, is, so we have this sphere, this cube. I can speak. We have this cylinder. And what we need to do is, like, the laser could be over here, but we want to find from that point, the center point. So we can get the center point easy enough. I mean, it would put us down here, but if the laser's up here, we would want it to be along the Y, for instance, right? So the Y is the key to all this. So what we would want to do is somehow be able to determine across like we would want to find wherever that dot is, the shortest distance to get to what? I guess it would be X and Z at 0. So if we have the location and we just move it to the global coordinate of 0, 0 for the X and Z of the cylinder, I think that would do it, right? Oh, that makes sense. I just heard you mention. Yeah, it's a weird, this is like a weird. It's like a weird thing that I'm trying to figure out here. So yeah, this is kind of the idea of what it would look like. And you'll move the chainsaw around these points of the sphere. And then as you do, like, so you come up to the tree, there's an icon, you got the chainsaw out, let's say. There's an icon saying, hey, you can cut there. So it's already done the calculation to figure out, can the blade cut to the other side? And the answer is yes. And so it's like, okay, yeah, you can use that there. And so we're kind of already handicapping the player to prevent them from essentially making the game harder for us to program. We're like forcing them to play the game in a way. I mean, this is all of game development, right? You're always just like finding a way to like, okay, the game needs to play this way. I have to make it play this way. But anyways, yeah, so the sphere will show up. You press the left mouse button. Now you've got the chainsaw primed to make the cut. And now the sphere shows up and you're moving the chainsaw around that sphere, right? And then you hold down the right mouse button and now you've activated the actual cutting. As you're moving the chainsaw around, you're going to see this little red laser that'll be moving to show the angle that the cut would be if you were to hold down the red button or the right button, the revving of the chainsaw, the activating of the chainsaw. Then the chainsaw is just going to magically start making its cut through there as you're holding it down. If you release, it'll pull back and you'll see what the cut did. Hopefully that makes some sense. But this is turning into Mathland. We're getting into Mathland, which is scary for Cricket. We don't like this. So let's try and do this. If we know maths, if we know the diameter, we also need to know where the collision was at on the lumber. So if we get the position in global space, I think all we have to do we need to get the position local to the cylinder. And if we get that and we reset the X and the Z to 0, we'll snap straight to the exact Y coordinate, regardless of rotation and everything else, because we'll be doing it relative to it. Is the tree collider a capsule or a cylinder? It's a cylinder. Yeah, let me show you. So I got collision shapes on right now so you can see it. And eventually the mesh is not going to be so perfectly shaped like a cylinder, but the underlying portions of branches will be broken up into cylinders to approximate that. It's more for performance, but it also creates it makes it so the lumber can roll if it's on like a slope or something, right? We want the chaos. So if we matched the mesh for the collision body, we lose all of that. Like, it just won't roll. It just doesn't happen as easily or as often. So even though the mesh may be a little bit more organic looking and tree-like, the underlying structure is a series of meshes connected together via joints. But the underlying structure is going to be a cylinder for performance and for behavior. Yeah. So I would show you the tree cutting stuff right now, but I've broken everything. I almost made a copy of the game so I could show it because I had a feeling like, oh, if I get raided or something, I won't be able to show anything. Don't tell me there's maths and audio. Has anyone told you today that you're organic looking in tree-like? No, you're the first. You look like one of those trees in The Wizard of Oz. Thanks. That makes sense. Mesh should be greatly simplified then. Smart choice going that route instead of using a mesh collider. Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that. I mean, you could use the access align bounding stuff to like try and do it too if you had a mesh, but you'd also have to be careful. Yeah, there's stuff to but yeah, it should cheapen things up, right? But yeah, it makes the can you cut it or not like easy to calculate. It's like, yeah, sure, no. And all you have to do is make sure that the mesh that you design fits inside the cylinder and isn't bigger than it, right? And then you're all set. That's the moment. That's going to be the big moment when we're doing ProcGen and we have like real meshes for the tree and it looks legit. And leaves. We don't even have any leaves. And we have like, billboarded leaves and all that stuff going on. It's going to be so cool. So we're still trying to find. So for now, let's just snap it. Just for fun, we're just going to snap it to where the position of the collision is at. It's totally wrong. But how do we, let's think about it this way. If we get the collider, what do we get with collider on a raycast? Let's look at that. There's a dictionary that we get back. Would comparing the chainsaw sphere diameter to the diameter of the tree cylinder, so the problem is more the because I can find the center point of the cylinder, like no problem, right? It's like the way that I have it built, it's like right there, right? But the problem is we want to find the center off axis or off related to wherever we were actually literally pointing the controller, the chainsaw at. So 0, 0 is right here. 0, 0, 0 is right here. But we're somewhere over here and we need to be somewhere here so that we can clamp the sphere to that point, right? So that's sort of the problem. Let's look at the collision raycast stuff here. So when we grab a little geometry problem. Yes, which for me is like climbing Mount Everest. Get collider. So get collider here. Returns the first object that it intersects. So that's the object. How do we get a description of because we can get like information about. That's the object. We can get information. Get collision point. Here it is. Returns the collision point at which the ray intersects the closest object in the global coordinate system. So what we need to do is translate global to local. So Node 3D, Godot. Is this strictly on Node or is it? So we have to take this global coordinate. Here we go. Global translate. Adds the given translation offset to the node's global position in global space. Adds the given translation offset. Adds it. Adds. Let's global scale. Adds the given translation offset to the node's global position. So this shifts it, whatever, in global space with the number you give it. So that's not what we want to do. Global coordinate system. To global. Wait a minute. Here we go. To local returns the global point converted from global space to this node's local space. That's it right there. Okay, so we got it. So we have the lumber. We're not storing the collision point. So we kind of have to do that. So lumber facing collision global position. Might as well be verbose for this. Self-documenting code, right? I had somebody in my chat a few months ago. Actually, it was probably the last year in December. And I swear to God, it was somebody, I shouldn't say that. It was a bot that was screen scraping my stream, debugging the code, and replying instantly, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And I thought it was a person at first, and I kept telling them I'm in the middle of a refactor. Like, I appreciate what you're saying, but it doesn't help me because it's all going to be broken because I'm refactoring, right? But I'm pretty sure it was a bot because they were literally saying like the line numbers. It was weird. But it was wild because it was happening so rapidly, I couldn't keep up with it, and it was not helpful in any way. It was the most wild thing I'd ever experienced. But I was like, why? Well, how are they even typing in this so fast? And then the typing stuff started to get to be off. So either they were literally using OCR on the stream, which I guess may be possible. But I think it was scraping the screen and then OCRing the text, and but it was wild. It was, if it was a person, it was impressive. But I was drowning in trying to respond to it. Vision models. Yeah, something like that. What do you guys think about it sounds like, I'm not using like LLMs or anything like that, but it sounds like a lot of them, their prices are gonna 10x, if not 100, because it's time to pay the piper, and the free money is running out, and the reality of the cost is gonna come to pass. So it's crazy to. It's like you know what it's like? It's like the California gold rush. It's very reminiscent of that, where you have this huge economic boom and then there's the bust afterwards. And I think actually looking at the California gold rush and what happened after it kind of fell out, like what that looked like, I think might be a way of kind of predicting some of it. Oh yeah, sorry. So we're talking about local models for the win. Yeah. So less, right? And I think that's maybe the answer. I think that's going to drive up I think a possible thing is, here's a model in a box, right? But if you have that already, then why not just do it yourself, kind of thing, right? But maybe you sell it to corporations as, here's your guys's, like it becomes the Sun Microsystems or like whatever, where it's like, we're going to sell you this server. It's like IBM used to do or whatever. But here's the server for your local model that you can run, and you won't have to pay these guys. And you can in-house dictate token management and stuff, which I've been working on for the last 3 years. Shocked face here. That's crazy. Yeah. That's the winning move. Even a lot of the data centers that were planned have been straight up delayed or canceled. Yeah. In a way, this was all predictable. But the amount of like lies with this stuff, it was hard to see some of it. But especially the it's as smart as an whatever IQ person, and I think a lot of that stuff is selective and bullshit. Because you train to the test and it passes the test with flying colors. And it's like, wait a minute. You trained it so it could pass it. So it's really smart for those things that it needed to be smart for. A couple of the 128 GB 5090s with dirty patch firmware. Yeah. Just like most half-baked revolutionary technologies, they infiltrate large corporations, get integration to a point where people have to use it, and then the rug essentially gets pulled. Yeah, that's the wild thing too, is you have your labor costs, and now they're like, hey, your labor needs to be using a shit ton of tokens. And if they're not productive. And ultimately, here's the ultimate thing that's going to happen. We all know it's going to come down to, it all falls back to consultants again. This is another avenue that I don't want to think about. The Blinking Lights CEO executive guy hires consultant X to tell them what to do. That's what we're headed towards again for AI. It's, the irony is funny, but I think a reality. If they 10 or 100x the cost suddenly, I can offer you hardware for cheaper. Right. Yeah, I think collapse is in store for some of these guys, because they literally can't monetize this. There was no real strategy. This is like, it was the same thing with YouTube. For years, YouTube was in the red. Roblox is still in the red, technically. A bunch of people are getting rich off of Roblox, but not the guys who made it. Not in the sense of, they're fine, right? But they're not in the green as a company. And it's just kind of interesting. Time to pull the Claude source code from GitHub. And what a joke that was, seeing that's the source. It was just like, oh, there's nothing really smart going on here. Like, anyone could have slapped this together this way. It was just, being tight-lipped about it and careful about who knew what. It's interesting. And we can actually do the translation immediately by are you using Godot LSP with NeoVim? Yeah. And he regrets it every single day. I actually got things going really well now. It's working fine for a while. But for a while I was hating life. But we got it going. Do you need any pointers? Cuz I can now debugging DAP I haven't gotten working at all. I haven't even bothered. I'd love to be able to do debugging and like running through next line and stuff like that, but I haven't got that working. So for me the key was installing GDScript formatter and GD toolkit. And the only other thing really is that I have I guess I didn't need to close it to do this. So I start my session with this. So I have this pipe open for listening. And then on my editor configuration here, external, this sets us up to send everything to that pipe. And that this works good. Ah, man, I lost all the stuff I was editing. Controller, free move. UV walking. Oh, damn. You know what? I'll take it because we were talking about how it might really look different. Yeah, hopefully I didn't blast through that too fast, Kempf. Yeah, speaking of, I should raid out, but we're making good progress. I'm feeling really good about everything. Yeah, this is gonna look good. Oh, this goes, I can see both sides of it. Ooh, I actually like the other one. Because it was only on one side. Although, if it's behind it, it's literally going to be behind it. Depends on how the draw works in the shader. Let me try putting something in front of it and just see what happens. Box. Move it. Yeah. Perfect. This is what we want. Exactly. Yep. Perfect. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Let's find somebody to raid. 45 of you hanging out. That's wild. That is bigger than a classroom. Which is very wild. And we are going to raid. Where is your guys' mom streaming at? Does anyone know where their mom is? S-Funk, thank you so much. And everyone, thank you for being here and hanging out. Really appreciate it. Kind of looking around. And Could do Jay Stiller. Yeah, Covino. Yeah, we could do Covino. Let's do Covino. Raid Covino. All right, everyone. Much love out there. Be safe. Call a loved one that you haven't talked to in a while. Tell them you say hi, just thinking of them. And all that stuff. And we'll see you guys. I'll probably be on tomorrow, but it'll be short. And then I'll be back Friday. Because I'm not going to stream on Tuesdays anymore for a while. But we'll be back to Tuesdays eventually. In the meantime, stay safe out there and all that stuff. Bye-bye.